Hello and welcome to AHS Countdown, counting you down to this soccer game between the Smith Station Panthers and your Auburn Tigers. And this is the first of two games that will be played between these teams this season, with the second game coming April 12th at Smith Station. I'm joined by my co-host Cal Floyd, but that being said, let's start off with the Panthers. They currently have an overall record of 8-7 on the season and have an in-area record of 1-1. Their last game was on Saturday, March 18th, and it was a hard-fought 1-0 win over Pike Road at home. In that match, it was senior midfielder Morgan Ritter who was able to score what ended up being the game-winning goal in the first half. All of that being said, what are some things that the Smith Station team can do that could spell trouble for the Tigers tonight?
Well, like you said, they did beat Pike Road 1-0, and I think the main thing to look at in that score is the O. And it's not just like that 0 put up because of a lot of saves and missed shots, although sophomore goalkeeper Charlie McDonald did finish with 4 saves on what was a great day for her. But their Panthers defense was so good at closing gaps as well as simply being able to keep the ball right from under the opposing player's feet. That aggressive defense as well as that stingy goalkeeping by McDonald could spell trouble for the Tigers.
For sure, but even though their defense lets even if the defense lets a few through balls squeak by and allows a goal or two, this Panthers offense will be there to pick up the pieces. Even though they had only one goal by the final whistle in their last game, they were still able to put up 9 shots on goal against a Patriots team that had shut out their previous 2 opponents. If the Panthers are able to put that type of pressure on the Tigers, they could very well walk out of this game with a win. And looking to continue what has so far been a pretty good season is your Auburn Tigers, who are currently have an overall record of 7-4 on the season and are currently 2-0 in the area with a pair of 10-0 victories over Central and Opelika. That being said, what are some things that the Tigers are able to do that Smith Station should take note of?
Well, like you said, Auburn has won both in-area games. They've played with a score of 10-0. And speaking of zeros, of Auburn's 7 wins this season, 6 have been shutdowns, and only 1 that wasn't a 4-1 victory over Spain Park, where the goal was scored way after the result was already in hand. That was an Auburn team that leans on the defense, and trust me, for the Tigers, less goals are being scored, the better.
Yeah, and on the other side of that coin, Auburn did score 10 goals against 2 of their biggest rivals. And not only that, but the Tigers have scored at least 5 goals or more in 5 of their 7 wins. Now, you combine an offense that scores goals fast and in bunches with a defense that has consistently shown that they can keep the ball out of their goal for 90 minutes, and you have a team that is very hard to beat, my friend. And with this being the first time these two teams are meeting this season, anything can happen, and I expect a great game. So I expect there to be some good soccer to be played on the field tonight. So we have talked about some things that this Auburn team has done well this season. Now, what are some things that the Tigers need to improve on in order to win this game, as well as to keep winning in the future?
Well, it's hard to say they even need to improve when the goals that they've allowed all season is 3. However, there are times when the Tigers get a bit too aggressive and start either fouling to set up free kicks or overplaying balls that end up going right past them. So it's really the little things that the Tigers really need to touch up on for this game.
And offensive-wise, saying the Tigers struggled in their last game against Northgate is a big understatement. Not only did the Tigers lose 3-0, the Tigers didn't even get a shot on goal by the final whistle. And that is something that cannot happen, especially if they want to get past the stingy Smiths defense. And with that, we move into our keys to the game. Now, both of these teams have different X factors that can help them take over a game. What do you think those X factors are or will be in this game?
Well, for the Panthers, it has to be that stingy defense. And similar to Auburn, 7 of their 8 wins are by shutdown. And the only time they didn't get a shutdown was against Benjamin Russell in a game that they won 2-1.
And for Auburn, I'm gonna have to as well go with that defense for them as well. I mean, they have only allowed 10 goals all season, which in 11 games means they are averaging allowing less than 1 goal. You did not hear me incorrectly, less than 1 goal a game. And that being said, I do not think also in this game that they will allow a goal. And now we move into our player profiles, where we will both highlight one player that will be crucial tonight for the Tigers. Who do you have as your player profile for tonight's matchup against Smith Station?
For me, number 1, Reagan Ellis, a senior goalkeeper, and she is the backbone of that great Auburn defense that we have seen all season so far.
Yeah, and then on the offensive side, I have number 10, Ellie Hammer, senior midfielder. She's currently committed to High Point University to play soccer there next season, and she's also one of the usual captains and overall leaders of this team. I expect her to have a great game tonight. And that'll do it for H's Countdown, but don't go anywhere because coming up in a few minutes will be your national anthem followed by your starting lineups, and then it will be kickoff between this matchup between the Smith Station Panthers and your number 7 ranked Auburn Tigers. We'll be back in a bit. Hello and welcome back to AHS Mass Media for this game between the Smith Station Panthers and the number 7 Auburn Tigers. And quick, the head coaches of the Smith Station Panthers are Coach Jones, Coach Fowler, and Coach Cook. And meanwhile, for the Tigers, the head coach is Coach Ferguson. The associate head coach is Coach Pittman. And the assistant head coaches are Coach Wall, Coach Keith, and Coach Barron. And today, it's a big game because Smith Station, they actually, little known fact, they actually made the Final Four last year, and meanwhile Auburn got eliminated in the second round. And so this game is a big game. This is a Smith Station team that could easily challenge this ranked Auburn team. And Cal, what are you looking forward to see tonight?
I'm looking forward to see some good soccer. What about you, Max?
I'm looking forward to see some good soccer as well. I mean, these two teams, like we said in the opening, both have winning records. Both will probably be the top of this area. And we are off with the kickoff, and the Panthers going ahead and setting up that good defense that they have on the backside. And already a steal by the Tigers. That's number 33. All right, and now the Tigers going down the right side, and it's stolen back away by the Panthers. Now the Panthers dribbling up the line, and we are already seeing some physical play here between these two teams, and that's out of bounds, and that's going to be off the Tigers going back to the Panthers. But like we said, Smith Station 8-7, Auburn 7-4. Both these teams have a lot going for them. What are your early predictions for how this game is going to play out, Cal?
Honestly, at this point, I'm looking at on the field right now two very impressive teams, and I'm looking forward to where this go. I think obviously it's too early to call, but I'm going to pay very close attention to this game, and I think it's going to be fun to watch.
Right now, that's number 11, Mally Napper with the ball, and she passes it up to Scarlett Adams, and it's stolen away by the Panthers. And then that's going to be out on the Tigers. Oh, no, yes. That is going to be out on the Tigers. The ref was a little bit confused. But, yeah, this game, perfect weather as well to play soccer here. Obviously, this is, as you are, if you're watching this, this is an audio-only broadcast. And so, but, yeah, right now, if you are at the game, it is sunny, it is bright, and we have two games tonight, with the women playing first and then the men playing Smith Station immediately after that. And that's number 10, Emily Beiser with the ball. Now Adams with it. Adams trying to play it off the defender. She's going to dribble back inside. She passes it to the inside. Auburn past the half-field line. And that's Samantha Reitz who's going to pass it over to Napper. Reitz gets it back. Reed's a very good player. She's actually committed to Mercer, which is a Division I school, and exciting. There are a lot of exciting players on this team, including Layla Simmons, who currently has the ball. She actually, her older sister, Kensley Simmons, used to play at Auburn 2 years ago, and she is now playing at Alabama State. Was originally playing for the Louisiana Raging Cajuns, but transferred this past offseason. And both these teams just battling it out right now. And now Reitz with it down the center. And she passes it outside to Napper. Napper wearing I can see she's wearing a bit of a face mask.
To the center for the Tigers.
And she shoots, and she misses. Or she doesn't miss. It was saved. And that is number 99, Charlie McDonald, who we said last game against Spike Road had 10 saves. That's a lot of saves for a game, especially against a good team like Pike Road.
And now towards the middle of the field, being pushed back by the Panthers, but the Tigers are about to hit it back to their defenders, who are about to hopefully kick it really far up the field. Moving towards the left side right now.
Yeah, both these teams electing to go a little bit slower here, trying to methodically carve out the defense so they can get some open lanes for some through balls here.
And we have the third throw-in a row for the Panthers.
And now Reitz with it. Reitz also one of the captains tonight for the Tigers. And it's stolen away by the Panthers. Yeah, I don't expect a very heavily scoring game this game, considering how good both of these defenses are.
I don't think it would be reasonable to expect any more than like a 3-point game total.
Yeah, whoever scores the first goal in this game definitely has a huge advantage because both these teams so stingy and so good at closing gaps to not let through balls through. And Ellie Hammer, also one of the captains tonight for the Tigers. Your player profile, she committed to High Point University, another D1 commit on this Tigers team. And so Hammer to take the free kick. Auburn looking to get advantage early, and that's going to be headed out by the Panthers. But Reitz gets it off the bounce, and she just misses a little bit right of the goal there. And so early on, though, Auburn able to get some shots on goal. And this game, also, high school soccer is not like professional soccer, as I was corrected by the scoreboard. I thought it was 45-minute halves, but it is 40-minute halves. So 80 minutes to score a goal for both of these teams it's going to be pretty tough against these defenses.
I will say, though, so far through the game, overwhelmingly been on the Panther side of the field.
Yeah, and the Tigers, they'd want to keep it there because the Panthers can get through their gaps quickly if they are able to get some through balls up the middle.
We're now going on the 5th throw-in in a row for the Panthers. A lot of Auburn outs so far.
But that's usually a sign of aggressive play because, and as you see there, Hammer just shoving down the
Speaking
Panthers
of
defender. So Hammer trying to put some moves on the Panthers defense.
First down middle, now to the side.
And she passes out to Adams. Adams gets it down, and Adams passes it back to Hammer. Hammer off the left foot and just misses it to the left.
Yeah.
But already 3 shots on goal for Auburn.
1 save, 2 misses.
Exactly. So, excuse me, 3 shots. 3 shots at the goal. One shot on goal. We're going to count it as 3 shots on goal because those 2 other shots barely missed. But the Tigers, yes, the Tigers definitely have an advantage so far. And as you see, already getting pressure, and she has to kick that away, and that's actually going to still remain Panthers ball. I thought she just kicked that out of bounds, to be quite honest. But the Panthers do have the ball, but not in a great spot. They always call
6th throw-in for Panthers.
Yes, the Panthers getting a lot of throw-ins here, but the reason, back to my point about saying that's usually a good sign for the team that's kicking it out of bounds is because it usually slows the pace down of the offense. As you see, the Panthers just rummaging through here, but that's going to be one of the first throw-ins by the Tigers. And the Panthers player begs to differ, but
Panther players seem to disagree with that call by the ref.
I mean, hey, whatever you can do to try and swing the game your way. So Hammer now, and Hammer goes inside to Reitz, and Reitz is going to retreat back over
to center field to an Auburn defender.
And now Hammer back over, and Hammer is just everywhere for the Tigers. I can see why you chose her as your player profile.
I mean, how could you not? Back to Auburn defender, midfield.
Now that's Caroline Hennessy with the ball. And yeah, a lot of back and forth play here between these 2 teams. Just trying to get an edge. And now going down the sideline is Bankson.
Okay, Auburn throw-in.
Yeah, now going down line.
Ball goes right where it needs to go, but is it going to go to the Panthers?
It's looking like it is, and the Panthers will get it down line. Now passing back up the field, but Simmons is there. Simmons passed up, stolen away by the Panthers. And yeah, for some reason, though, these teams do seem a bit off because of how these defenses are playing. Like the offense, not coming easily for either of these teams. Hennessy passes it back inside to Arnold. Now Arnold got to settle, and she does a good job there, passing it back to Ellis, the goalkeeper. And now Hammer with it. She passed it over to Reitz. Or excuse me, that's Parker, Hattie Parker.
I mean, it tells you something about the Auburn defense. That's the first time the goalies touched the ball all game so far.
Yeah, the Auburn defense, they do play if I'm correct on this, they do play a 4-3-2, which is 4 defenders in the back, 3 in the front, or excuse me, a 4-3-3. And that's Adams. Adams is actually down at the middle of the field. Hopefully she's okay. Looks like just wrong place at the wrong time. The Panthers and Adams collided. And we'll take a break here from HS Mass Media, and we'll be back in a bit. All right, welcome back to AHS Mass Media's presentation of Smith Stadium Panthers versus your number 7 Auburn Tigers. Scarlett Adams, number 99 Scarlett Adams, she was able to get up and she is on the bench and she seems to be fine. Coming in for her is number 34 Peyton Bishop, but that's a big loss for the Tigers because Scarlett Adams, she's a leader on this team. Obviously, you saw her wearing that captain's band, and so we hope that the Tigers can rally around her. And
Big loss early on, too.
And so the Panthers try and take advantage and go quick here. But that Auburn defense, and they actually play it looks like a 4-4-1. Actually, the math is not mathing. There are 11 players out there, so I think it might be either a 4-4-2 or a 4-3-3.
Simply put, the math is not mathing.
Simply put, the math is not mathing. But I do know that they have 4 back on the defense. Both of these teams do. And why wouldn't they? I mean, these teams are revolved around their defense, So.
What was a quick offensive for the Panthers has now returned to what has been the norm this game in Auburn offensives, keeping it on the Panther side of the field.
And also for the Panthers, they haven't gotten a shot yet. Also, on goal the entire game. So.
I mean, like I said before, the one thing that's even touched the goalie's hands was a simple, ball rolling up. So, not even a legitimate shot.
So far, while it is 0-0 on the scoreboard, a bit of a domination so far by the Tigers. And bad pass there by Napper, but she's going to pass it over. And now the Panthers are able to seal it back. That's number 10. That's number 10, Beiser. And it's stolen back away by Simmons. She passes it up. And they're trying to get a through ball. It just doesn't work. Nothing's working right now for either of these offenses. Now Napper giving chase to the ball, but it is going to be a free kick. I don't think.
Was that an offsides?
I'm assuming that's offsides because he's holding the flag up.
I
but
believe that is a call for offsides.
I did not see an offsides player in position, but the ref is the professional on this. Yeah, they're saying offsides on the. Yeah, I would assume so. The Panthers were trying to make it seem like it was a free kick for them, which would be completely preposterous considering that they were on offense and it was an offsides call. So Hennessy to take the free kick.
Easy mistake.
Easy mistake.
Forgivable. And so we will see a clean free kick by Auburn.
So Hennessy passed it up, and just a bad touch there, really, by the Tigers. Now it goes back up, and now Hennessy giving chase, and Hennessy passed it out, but a bit too strong there for Bishop. So now that's number 18, Marley Cook, to throw it in. Let her cook. And now the Panthers will still throw it in. Cook to take the throw in again, and she passes it, and it goes off the head of Napper. And Bishop doing a good job of chasing that ball, and it's going to remain inbounds. And now Hammer has it, and it looks like there's green space, and a great pass to Samantha Reitz. Reitz trying to pass it up the middle, but it's just stolen away by the Panthers. And the Panthers right now, although there's not a lot of offense going for them, they are. And now that's a long shot by Hammer and an easy save by McDonald for the Panthers. Just a bit of a desperation heave there by Hammer, but another save there for McDonald. So that's 2 saves on the evening. Now Bishop with it. Bishop passes it inside to Hammer. Almost stolen away by the Panthers.
Once again, overwhelming Auburn control of the ball this game.
And even if they aren't scoring, just controlling the ball and holding the ball for that long does play a role in the defense's mindset. And now passes inside to Reitz. Reitz shoots it, and it's blocked. And the Panthers have it on the inside. A bit of a scuffle. She passes it up to Hammer. Hammer has the lane. Passes it back over to Reitz. Reitz is going to shoot it. And Reitz almost makes it just a little bit wide left.
Quick scuffle in the goalie box. Turns to a near miss.
And the Tigers, though. The Tigers definitely, like you said, dominating possession right now. And Reitz, that was an open shot. Good shot there by Reitz. Just a little bit over the left crossbar. So far, McDonald, who's a very good goalkeeper, probably one of the best in the state, having a good game so far. And Arnold going to pass it out of bounds.
Right into the stands as well, bouncing back onto the field.
Let's see if a fan could have caught that, but doesn't seem to be any fans near the field.
Right, Auburn throwing at midfield.
And
And
Napper
right
going
back
to
out.
pass it into Hammer, and Hammer, just a bad touch there. But also, it's the heat. The heat, we're in the press box with the windows closed, but it's still pretty toasty in here as well. So you're probably gonna see maybe a heat temperature chime out. They'll sometimes do that, but right now the heat could definitely be taking a factor. And just another bad touch, uncharacteristic really, and that was number 19 Meredith Martin. Doesn't usually make that many mistakes like that.
And even if you don't see a Heat timeout, as you said, you can't expect the Heat to play like a heavy toll on the fatigue of these players as this long game will continue.
Yeah, soccer, one of the as it is the world sport, as it's so called, it's also one of the most mentally wearing sports because it's so long and there are no breaks.
Soccer can very easily turn from a game of speed to a game of endurance, as you'll probably see throughout the remainder of this game.
Exactly. And now Reed's fighting for the ball, but it's stolen away. That's number 23, Jenna Bruce, one of the captains for the Panthers, trying to take it for herself. And she does a good through ball to number 7. That's number 7, Morgan Ritter, for the Panthers. And now the Panthers have it, and it is tapped away by Simmons. Good job by her. And now Ellis is going to pass it back out to Simmons. She's going to try and reset as Auburn's going to go down line, try and switch the offense back to their side. And that looks like it's going to be saved by the Panthers and then go right back to the Tigers. And that's going to be a throw-in for the Panthers. But a really back-and-forth game so far, not in terms of shots-wise, but in terms of just inside the field. Both these teams able to get touches on the ball. And Smith Station with a good touch there by number 35, Sarah Munga for the Panthers. And that's going to be a handball, but by the Panthers. Hannah Arnold was worried that it was off of her, but now Reitz with the ball. Reitz at midfield. Reitz trying to take it herself. Passes it just ahead of Martin, but it ends up in the under the feet of Bishop. But now Reitz back with it. Try and reset for the Tigers. Pass it back. And that is going to be...
Seems
What's
to be a
that?
controversial call for that.
It looks like they're going to call a foul on the Panthers. And this is a dangerous spot for an Auburn team that is exceptional at set pieces, one of their finest traits.
Can Auburn make the most of this shot, this opportunity that they've been given?
And it looks like she's either going to pass it short to Hammer. No, Hammer's going to join that line, big line of Panthers defenders. So now Reach just going to shoot it, and it's way wide right. Do you like that idea by Reitz, or would you prefer a pass inside?
Realistically, I can't tell you, but that line by the Panthers did look pretty solid, so I think up and over was the best shot they could have made reasonably, either up over the top or far to the side.
Yes, if my math is mathing correctly this time, there were 8 Panthers defenders and 4 Auburn offenders, so yes, probably a good idea to shoot it over that big wall. And now the Panthers going down the field. Beiser with it. Beiser passes it up. And that's going to be kicked out of bounds by the Tigers. And so far still scoreless. We're about halfway through the first half here. And Simmons heads it over to Reitz. Now Reitz passes it over to Bishop. And Auburn's got something going here. Oh, and that's going to be a foul on Bishop. Just reached for the ball. And I think that was number 18, Marley Cook, that she tripped up.
Not quite as easy of a shot that Auburn had, but let's see what they can do with it.
And now Bruce going to have a free kick from about the 40 in football terms. Or American football terms, excuse me. Although we are in America, so we'd call it soccer.
We do. We will always call it soccer.
The debate ends here, guys. In U.S., it's soccer. and everywhere else call it football, but we have a different kind of football here. Let's get back to the game. Now Reitz with the ball. Reitz passed it back down to Arnold. Arnold with a lot of space, looking to pass it forward to somebody, some open player, but that Smith Station defense is just playing exceptional right now. And now stolen away by the Tigers, and that's a great header to stop the move by the Panthers. And I don't know if it's just me, but it looks like the Tigers have a bit more pep in their step than the Panthers do. And it could be because it's a whole game, you know. You have to, as somebody who used to play high school sports, you know, bus rides over to away games, you know, they can be a little, you know, sleep on the bus, can play in. That's some of the factors you don't see on television that can play into a lot of sporting events.
I mean, straight off the hot bus ride onto the hot field, I mean, they can't be doing too good right now.
Exactly. And Smith Station in the middle of the heat, I'm sure whatever it's the temperature is here, I'm sure it's 5 degrees or more in Smith Station, middle of the woods. And now Smith Station going to let it go out of bounds. That's going to be Hadaway to throw it in for the Panthers. And headed right back out of bounds, and Hadaway will do it. Hadaway will do it all over again. She's actually going to pass it to her teammate, and that's going to be headed again by the Tigers. And now stolen away, and Hammer with it.
Ooh.
And now Hammer with a good move inside. Hammer passed it over to
inside.
Bishop. Bishop has a
Great shot on
lane.
the goal.
Bishop to shoot it. Bishop
Goal!
scores! Peyton Bishop with the first goal of the game for the Auburn Tigers to make this game 1-0 late halfway through the first half. Peyton Bishop with a goal, and she's actually who came in for Scarlett Adams, so she is definitely playing well. And so first goal of the game for the Tigers goes the Tigers' way, and like we said early on in the broadcast, the team that scores the first goal in this game definitely has an advantage in what has so far been an intense defensive game.
Call her ABBA, because that goal was slipping through her fingers. That ball.
So now the Panthers are going to kick it off here. And now, if you're the Panthers, how do you respond? I mean, obviously, you still have half of the first half left to answer, but can they? You know, they haven't had a shot on goal yet. So
There's two things that can happen after a goal. They can either get motivated even more, or they can just lose their pep for the entire rest of the game. So we'll see what the Panthers choose to do.
And if they lose their pep for the rest of the game, we'll see it rather quickly as Auburn is still playing aggressive. And if you're Auburn, yeah, you do not want to let your foot off the gas because Smith Station, while they, you know, obviously are a better defensive team than they are offensive, they can still score in a hurry. And so now we'll see another set piece for Smith Station. Number 23, Jenna Bruce, to take the kick for the Panthers. And here you see the Panthers have 5 up against basically the entire Auburn team. 9 defenders for Auburn. So Bruce going to shoot it from here, and that is just wide left. A bit of a long distance to shoot it from, don't you think?
Quite. Missed by not an insignificant margin as well. We're seeing a lot of – they're really just trying to go directly for the goal as much as possible. They're not trying to finesse it. They're not trying to be fancy with it. Just straight shots on goal.
Yeah, and I feel like that's an error that the Panthers are making because, as you've seen, Auburn has just tried to meticulously carve out that Smith Station defense. And it will take time, but the Panthers, if they want to win this game, that's probably what they will need to do. So now Napper going to pass it up line. And Bruce going to settle it. And now that's Martin with it. Martin passes it into Reitz. Reitz with a good move. Pass it over to Hammer. Hammer with a nice move.
Lots of fancy footwork from Auburn.
And Panther with a great pass to Napper. Napper passes it over to Bishop. Bishop looking for her second goal of the game, and it's blocked by Bruce. And now another scramble for the ball, and Bruce is able to settle it out there. But Napper's still trying to give chase. And Auburn's still in the offensive here. But
we might just see it go right back into the defender box.
And now Reitz passes it over to Simmons. And Simmons with a lot of space. Now passes it over to Mally Napper. And Napper passes it inside. And that's going to be Once again, another mad scramble for the ball. Hammer shoots it inside, but that is kicked away by Charlie McDonald for the Panthers. And a great play there by Smith Station. And now Reitz with the ball, passes up to Hammer. Reitz now with an open shot. Reitz shoots and it goes in. A second goal for the Tigers. That gun by Samantha Reitz. And now Auburn quickly taking a 2-0 advantage. And like you said, Smith Station could either respond there or they could roll over and Auburn could answer right back. And we saw Auburn not letting their foot off the gas, able to score there with one of their best players, Reitz, there. And now if you're Smith Station, it kind of gets into a little bit of a panic mode because can they score, if not more than two, at least 2 goals to at least get a tie here in this game?
If the Panthers weren't feeling worried before, they got to feel at least a little uneven right now.
So now Bruce going to settle it for the Panthers. And we're back to playing ball. 17 minutes to go in the first half here. Now it's passed up to Ritter, and Ritter loses it. And now the Panthers with it. And now they're trying to, it seems like, they're getting a little bit impatient, just trying to boot it up the field rather than try and make some through balls and passes.
Just such overwhelming amount on the Panthers side of the field this game.
The Panthers with a good defensive play to momentarily pause the advance by Auburn.
Auburn throwing right outside the defender box. Can they make the most of this?
Now Simmons going to throw it in, and that's to Meredith Martin.
Right back out. Another Auburn throwing, a little bit closer this time.
Panthers just trying to get out of this half, really. But 16 minutes still to go. And now that's Napper fighting for the ball. I think that's Reitz fighting for the ball.
Auburn throwing, just inching closer and closer to that flag.
Yeah, and Auburn, this shows the difference that these teams, the way the two teams are playing. Auburn with the more patience, but Smith Station getting a little impatient. Now Simmons, and she passed it back to Arnold. And Arnold passes it over to Hennessy. Hennessy over to Napper. Napper, bit of an uncontrolled pass, but passed it nonetheless inside to Parker. And that's going to be offsides on the Tigers. And so the Panthers with another set piece here, a free kick, and Bruce to take it. And Bruce is going to pass it over, and that's just a Mitch touch. And you can see the Panthers it's not their day so far. Now Hammer and Reitz with a little back and forth action. And Reitz going to pass it down line to Bishop. Bishop, good save. Napper with a good move to the right. And Hammer with it. Hammer with a good move to go back and to fend off the defender.
Even under pressure, not losing that control and forcing an out on the Panthers.
And now Hammer quickly inbounds over to Martin. Looks like that was intended for Bishop, but Martin was there. And now Bishop taking it down line. Bishop looking for a cross, and that's going to be stolen away and tipped out of bounds by the Panthers. And so Napper to come throw it in for the Tigers. And looks like they're going to do a rethrow in there. So this is crucial for the Panthers. If they let a goal in here, I don't think this is a deficit that they can get out of. Now Martin passes it back to Napper. Napper passes inside to Hammer. Hammer looking to get an open shot. Hammer, and she makes a rainbow of a shot up into the left corner, top bins for the third goal for Auburn. That's their third goal in the last 6 minutes. A sudden just burst of offense by the Tigers here with Hammer with her first goal. Reitz has a goal, and then Bishop obviously the goal to get things started. And now, like I said, the Tigers are now up 3-0 with 14 minutes to go in the first half. I mean, with 54 minutes left to go in this game, obviously a lot of time, but against this Tigers defense, I don't know how much the Panthers, how much more the Panthers can take. I don't know how they're going to get back into this. I mean, something's going to happen, and it's going to have to happen quick. So now Bishop giving heavy press, and a great thing I love about this Tigers team is that they just never let up. They just keep their foot on the gas pedal. As you see, Napper already with the ball back for the Tigers. Panthers trying to pass it upfield. Napper passes it back to Hennessy. Hennessy, that's over to Bossman. Excuse me, Lulabelle Hammer. And now Napper with it. Napper passes it to Reach. Reach trying to go back outside to Napper. Now Simmons. And Auburn now is still trying to meticulously carve up that defense. Bruce now with it. Bruce passed it over. Some fancy footwork there by Smith Station.
And talking about meticulous, that is all Auburn has been this game. As we've said many times, playing the patient side of this game, while Panthers seem to be all on aggressive all the time.
Yeah, I mean, the Tigers, they're not letting their foot off the gas pedal. I mean, they're coming every ball that they're near, they're sprinting towards it. And it looks like while they're sprinting, Smith Station is jogging. So Hammer now going up the middle. Hammer trying to make a move. Hammer finds some space, passes it over to Napper, right over the head of the defender. Napper able to stay on side.
In the defender box.
Napper passes it inside for the cross, and nobody there. And now Bruce will take it back out for the Panthers. Now Bruce passes it up, looking for a good through ball, and that goes directly to number 35, Malga and Munga, and it's stolen away by the Simmons. And Simmons kicks it out smartly. Great defensive play there by Simmons, but a great pass by Bruce, and that was dangerous right there for the Tigers. But
there still is plenty of potential for something to go wrong for the Tigers here.
yeah, if Smith Station's able to get a goal here within these last 12 minutes of the first half, I mean, we still have a game on our hands going into the second half.
Son of this throw in, what do we got?
And trying to pass it into Munga, but that's going to be kicked out by Arnold. And now Panthers back on the retreat. And now Reitz with the steal. And Reitz with two defenders on her gets it stolen away. Now the Panthers trying to reset, and they pass it directly to Arnold. And now good aggressive play there by Lulabelle Hammer. And now Bruce with it. Bruce with the steal for the Panthers. Bruce has played pretty good so far this game, but she needs some help from her teammates. So now Simmons to throw it in for the Tigers. As we creep just on up on 11 minutes to go in this first half. So far the Tigers completely dominating this matchup. Now Munga to pass it in throw it in for the Panthers. Trying to pass it into Ritter, but that's tipped away and out of bounds by Arnold. And now Hadaway with it. Hadaway passed it out. And Panthers just trying to get stuff too quickly there. As you saw a pass that was just directly to Reitz. And now Hammer trying to go quickly here. Hammer with the through ball to Bishop. Good defensive play there by Cook. And that's going to be passed out of bounds, and it's going to be Tigers' ball.
Good midfield throw in for Auburn.
And now Hammer with it. Hammer, a little shove there, and just takes down Hammer.
And she's right back up. Back at work.
Yeah, these women are tough on these teams. And now the Panthers with it. Panthers pass it up, tipped away by Arnold. And now Reitz with the ball. Reitz looking to pass it over. And just a ill-advised pass there, stolen away by Fowler. And Auburn, if you're the Auburn coaching staff, you're loving what you're seeing. And a bit of shoving there, no call. And now Napper passes it up, Bishop giving chase, but that is going to be picked up by Charlie McDonald. But if you're the Auburn coaching staff, you got to love what you're seeing so far from the Tigers. And if you're the Tigers players, you got to be happy that you're up this early, because in this hot weather, you see some of the players, you know, they're sweating, hands on their knees, already getting tired. But now a little bit less pressure. Still need to keep your foot on the gas pedal, but a little less pressure to, you know, use all your energy right now. Now Arnold with it. And she's just going to let her goalkeeper, Ellis, pick it up. Now Ellis punts it away to Hammer. Now it's number 18, Cook with it. And now just a just another, long ball or long shot pass there from the Panthers. That was Ritter. And now Hammer with it. Hammer with a great move, great rainbow move. And now she's looking for an open teammate to pass it to. She gives it off to Simmons. And some great chemistry here for the Tigers because, as you see there, whenever they're calling out to go for a through ball, their players are answering. And now Hennessy with it. Hennessy passes it up to Reitz. Reitz gives it off to Hammer. And Hammer going to settle a little bit. And, yeah, you can see some of these players just tired out here. And I get it. It's hot.
Ooh.
And now Napper with it. Napper passes it back to Hennessy.
Straight into the defender's box.
And now Bruce with it. And now Bruce going up the line. And now Bruce has a lot of space. Bruce is going to try and take it herself. Passes it up to Munga. And Simmons is going to get that ball. And looks like she's going to smart play there by Simmons to not kick it out of bounds. She was able to box out, basically like in basketball, able to box out the defender.
Able to secure a goal kick for Auburn.
Exactly. Very smart play there by Layla Simmons. Now we got some subs in. In for Auburn, number 27, Luli Trammell. And, yeah, this is a game that you're definitely happy if you're able to come out of a win for both these teams because just such a hard-fought game, obviously an area game, but also just with the weather the way it is. And you play each other later in the season. You love to get the first blow in that two-game series. And now it's going to be Panthers ball fouling the Tigers. Or, excuse me, that's going to be a throw-in for the Panthers. Now, both teams fighting for the ball. And Auburn comes away with it. No, they don't. It's going to be Panthers throw-in. So now Panthers throw it in. And both teams jostling for the ball. Panthers with it. Good tap away by Hammer. And now everything coming tough for the Panthers here. Now Reitz with it. Passes up to Bishop. Bishop's got room. Bishop passes up to Trammell. Trammell is going for it, giving chase. And that's going to be a great play there by Bruce to pass it up to Cook. And end the threat for the Tigers, by the Tigers. Now Hammer with it. Hammer with a lot of space. Looking to do something with it. Passes it back to Ellis, who passed it out. A little miscommunication there for the Tigers. Hennessy expected Napper to be able to get that ball, but Napper was thinking that Hennessy was going to get that ball. And you see that miscommunication. There obviously hasn't been much of it from the Tigers as they are up 3-0.
Soccer is a game of simply just being in the right place at the right time, and Auburn has done an excellent job of that so far.
Yeah, a very situational game, so to speak. And now Cook to pass it in for the Panthers. Cook passing it in, and a couple of headers.
Some heads, some knees.
A bit like volleyball out there. Ball's only in the air. Now Bishop with it. She's going to pass it back to Cook, who passed it straight to Hammer. And you can tell these players are tired because you usually do not make a pass like that when you are at full strength. And now
these players, we are rapidly approaching the halfway point, but they still have that energy about them.
Yeah, but these players still waiting for that halfway point because obviously the half able to get some water, get some Gatorade, re-energize themselves, and get ready for the second half, which for Smith Station is going to be a tough one if you hope to get back in this game. Now Hennessy passing it up to Trammell, and Trammell just takes a bad touch there, and now Smith Station is just going to boot it away, and Ellis will take the easy save. So creeping up just on 4 minutes to play here in the first half. Auburn up 3-0, 3-0 over the Smith Station Panthers as Bishop has a ball. And Bishop, a bit of tough play between Bishop and Cook
Auburn
here.
Offense breaking through on the sides to the center.
And now Trammell looking for an open shot. and Trammell's going to retreat just a little bit. And she passed it back to Hammer, and Hammer unable to control it, and it ends up in the hands of the Panthers. And now that's just going to be kicked out of bounds by Fowler, and that's going to be Tigers' ball. Napper throws it into Hammer. Napper with the ball. Napper passes it over to Reitz. Reitz passes it over to Trammell. Trammell to Hammer. Hammer looking to shoot it. Hammer shoots it, and just not enough mustard on that shot. Able to scoop up that shot is Charlie McDonald for another save. But it's been a tough day because she's let 3 through, but she's also been able to stop a lot from going through. Now just a bad touch there by Reitz. It's going to go out of bounds to the Panthers. Bruce to throw it in. Now Bruce passes it, and that's going to be off the shoulder of Hammer. Panthers trying to go quick, and they're just working their way down the line, throwing it in again. Still trying to go fast. And they're going to call. Is it going to be offsides? No, they're just going to ask him to throw it in again. The ref wasn't ready. Now Bruce going to throw it in for the Panthers. And just goes past the Panthers player. And now Hammer with it. And in these final 2 minutes, if either of these teams are able to score a goal, if the Tigers are able to score a goal, this game seems already by halftime in hand. But if the Panthers are able to score a goal, a whole new ball game, just down by 2 goals. And they'll try and fight their way back in the second half. So now Arnold with the ball. And Arnold passes it over to Simmons. And looks like Auburn just trying to wear down this Panthers players. And almost a mistake there, but Hennessy able to boot it up to Trammell. And Trammell tries to pass it over to Reitz, and Reitz is able to get that ball. Now Reitz just taking her time. Passes it over to Hammer. Hammer on the run. And Hammer just tries to pass it through to Napper, but Panthers able to steal that ball. Now Panthers look to get on the offensive, but just immediately silenced by the Tigers. Now Tigers heading back on the offensive. Napper passes up to Bishop. Bishop has space. Bishop, and that's a great play by the goalie, Charlie McDonald, to come out there and grab that ball away from Bishop. Because if Bishop was able to get past that goalie, that was a sure goal for the Tigers.
Bishop even tripping over the goalie, how close of a call that was.
And now let's see if that can kind of boost the Panthers' morale as we creep on 45 seconds here left in the half. And a throw in for the Tigers. I feel like they're just going to let the clock slowly wind down here. And
I believe that was an invalid throw-in because the other ball was still on the field.
You spotted it. I didn't, so. Now Trammell with it. Trammell with a good move. Trammell
back to center.
Trying to pass it back into Reitz, but kicked away by the Panthers. Now Mungo with the ball. Or excuse me, now it's going out of bounds. Thought she was going to be able to catch up to it.
10 seconds remaining.
10 seconds, 4 seconds. Can they get a buzzer beater? Throwing it in. Oh. And that's going to be it for the first half. Auburn with 3 goals, 1 by Bishop, 1 by Reitz, and 1 by Hammer. And so the Tigers going into the half 3-0. What have you seen that has been so positive for the Tigers? How are they up by 3 points,
just
3 goals?
Relentless offense of theirs. Rarely ever did you see it on Auburn's side of the field. Really just, even to an extent, keeping it within the defender's box of the Panthers. Just absolutely insane.
And then for the Panthers, obviously, you're down 3-0. You know, you haven't been able to get a shot on goal still that entire first half. What do they have to do to try and somehow get back into this game?
Well, I have a feeling right now they're getting one heck of a pep talk. So I'm hoping going into the second half, they are going to be re-energized and ready to go and be able to take on the Tigers, who I can only assume have lost no steam so far.
And yeah, but both these teams are taking a breather. We're going to take a breather as well and send you to halftime. But we'll be back in about 10 minutes with the second half of this game. Go. Hello and welcome back to AHS Mass Media's presentation of this soccer matchup between the Smith Station Panthers and your number 7 ranked Auburn Tigers. And we are just now starting in the second half. Obviously, in the first half, Auburn with 3-0 lead with three quick goals in the middle of the first half by Samantha Reitz, Peyton Bishop, and Ellie Hammer. And so the Tigers, obviously they're ahead, 3-0. Not as much pressure on them right now. But if you're the Panthers, if you want to somehow draw out a tie and if there's some way miraculously draw out a win here, you got to buckle down right now. You cannot let off the gas. You have to go. And as you see, they're already getting a corner kick. And that's quickly.
If you looked over there, you'd see that the very first play of this half ended up in a corner kick. So if that doesn't spell something for this half, I don't know what does.
Yeah, this game, obviously we knew coming in there'd be a lot of energy in this game, a lot of physical play, and it has not disappointed. And now Reitz with it, and Reitz going down line. Reitz crosses it in, a good cross, but nobody there to get it. And now Cook with it, and Cook is going to let it go out for a goal kick.
Like I said before, Auburn needed to start this half with high energy, and they're doing just that. Hasn't left the Panther side of the field so far in the minute and a half of play.
Yeah. These halves, although they are 5 minutes less than, professional halves, they are still long. 40 minutes of just straight running up and down a field is a pretty tiresome job. So I'm just glad I'm not the one on the field. Now Reitz with a good move to her right. Reitz crosses it in and almost scores, but it just goes a little bit wide left there. Not sure if she was trying to get a cross there to some other player or trying to score there, but it almost ended up in a goal.
That is a bad line to blur when people don't know if you're going for a cross or going for a goal.
Yeah, we've seen some miscommunication recently by the Tigers to end the second half, or to end the first half, and to start this second half. Now, the Tigers passing it up the field. Reitz with it. And Reitz passed it out to Simmons. Now Simmons tries to pass it forward to Martin, but just goes in front of Martin there. So the Panthers to take this goal kick here. And it goes immediately to Napper, but Napper loses it. Now the Panthers with it. And Napper trying to get it back, but doesn't. And now the Panthers on the offensive here. That's number 21. And now Ella is able to come out and kick that ball away. And now it's going to be a Panthers throw-in. And I heard recently that you're in a musical, Cal, actually.
Did you?
Yes, I did. I heard just a little birdie, told me during
heard that
halftime.
down the grapevine, did you? Well,
yes.
I am, actually. SkillsUSA School of Musical coming to Auburn High School April 14th, 15th, and 16th. So if that's interesting, tickets are available on School G for all 3 of those days. We're doing 4 shows, 1 the night of the 14th, 2 on the 15th, and 1 the afternoon of the 16th. So if you're interested, please check that out. You will see me on there. Sadly, Max will not be performing on that, but he'll be sorely missed.
I do not have the pipes for such an affair, but Cal does. Cal will. You'll get to hear Cal burst out his pipes. Are you playing Dr. Seuss or are you?
See, funnily enough, Dr. Seuss is not a character in the play.
Ah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Despite the name.
Interesting.
It's his machinations and his works.
Oh.
I will be playing a general.
A general.
From one of his books that I cannot quite remember.
Okay. Well, do you sing?
I do sing. I have a solo, actually.
Oh, wow.
What's your favorite Dr. Seuss book?
My favorite Dr. Seuss book, I would have to say that'd probably be, I guess, the good old one fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish, just rolls off the tongue.
That does suit you really well. In fact, that's the first one everyone thinks of.
What is your number one? The Grinch, huh?
I was always a Fox and Sox kind of guy.
Oh, Fox and
The Grinch
Sox.
is up there, and the Grinch
That's
is
a
in Seussical.
yeah. That the Grinch is in Seussical.
You
Ooh.
heard it here first. The Grinch is in Seussical.
Huh. Should you tell me who plays the Grinch? And
No.
okay.
No, I
All
shouldn't.
right. Yeah. Hopefully, they're not like the Grinch, but if they are, we will not talk about that.
Surely not. Wonderful cast, wonderful crew. Go see it. Now, back to soccer.
back, back to soccer. So now Smith Station with the ball. So far, both of these teams still going back and forth here, and Hammer with the ball on the outside. But yeah, talking about soccer, I mean, these two teams on this hot day, they just look worn out, if I had to say so myself. Obviously, starting the game, there's a lot of energy. And I think the Tigers, the way they scored those goals, they just took advantage of the Panthers just being lazy, and not just being lazy, but also just being tired, because they were midway through the first half, and it was like the perfect time to strike because, you're midway till that big break that every player is hoping for, and now good advantage right here by the Tigers, and that's going to be an offsides. Ooh, Martin did not like that call, but the ref's going to be reffing. And so now Bruce going to take the free kick for the Panthers. But yeah, I think Auburn struck at just the right time. The Panthers were, getting very tired, this beating down sun. And so Auburn was able to score 3 goals quickly. And if they're able to add any goals to this advantage, this game is as good as gone. So for the Panthers. So
Me and everyone else asking so far after getting that 3-0 in the first half, we're asking, did the Panthers lose all their steam, and will they be able to come back in the second half? And I can comfortably say that we have not reached an answer on that so far, and I'm nervous on what the answer exactly will be, because so far it is not looking good for the Panthers.
Yeah, creeping up on 33 minutes to go in this second half already. The time is flying, and the Panthers are looking for answers. And Auburn's still trying to add to that lead to go ahead and put a nail in the coffin in this matchup. And now Reitz with the ball. Reitz is going to do it herself. Reitz trying to go inside, and a good defensive play by the Panthers, but it's still with Auburn. And, wow, you can just never stop or never let up on this Auburn offense. I mean, you thought it was completely good as gone from Reitz there, and now Auburn once again back on the offensive, and that's going to be a throw-in for the Tigers.
Very, very close throw-in for the Tigers.
I mean
you know it's a good game when the goalie box looks like Hungry Hungry Hippos. It's crazy.
Count on Cal to make references to pop culture.
That's my job.
Now Reitz with it. Reitz going down line. Reitz with a hard cross inside.
A cross that went from one side of the field to the other, another throw-in.
They say the quickest way to point A to point B is just straight through, but looks like the quickest way from point A to point B was off of Sam Reitz's foot in that situation. So
leave the wordplay to me.
that's why you're color commentary and I'm play-by-play. That is why. And now the Panthers got to throw it in here. And now just trying to get something there was Ciccarello. I think that's Italian, but I could be wrong.
You're just taking a wild guess at that's Italian.
Ciccarello. That's a pretty Italian name.
It's a fairly Italian name.
Yeah. And so now Simmons with the ball, and that's going to be tipped away by the Panthers, and somebody needs to call for it.
The goalie to punt across the field.
Yeah, let's see how far she can boot this ball.
Max,
I used to play soccer. We used to be on the same team in rec league, actually.
So how was that the exact? I was about to say, Max, I heard you used to play soccer.
Yes,
And
I did.
Of course I heard, because as you said, we have been on the same team before. We have quite the history together when it comes to that.
Yes, we were on the same team many years in rec league. And did you ever play travel ball? I can't remember.
I unfortunately did not.
Ah. See, I ended up playing travel ball on the likes of Auburn Thunder, Opelika Crush, and if you've ever heard of them, comment down below if you have heard of them, Red Star FC. That is from Atlanta. That is an Atlanta travel team, and I had the joy of playing for them. Great coaches, great team, and I was a goalkeeper, actually. I was goalkeeper and defensive midfielder, or I guess you'd just say defensive mid. But, yeah, I was able to punt it to about the midfield line. usually didn't get much farther than that though. I was much more of a save and rave kind of guy. So I, but yeah, I stopped playing that to end up playing wrestling, or not playing wrestling, doing wrestling. But that's just a little bit of my sports history.
Yes,
Uh,
yeah. My main memories of Max playing soccer are from his little sports glasses that look like swimming goggles.
oh, thank you for bringing that up.
I did not realize I just happened to be co-hosting such a big deal in the soccer world.
I know.
Me
And
personally, I never played travel soccer because I never thought I was good enough, and maybe I was right.
well, you know.
But honestly, I think it was honestly COVID that cut my big soccer career. After 7 seasons, just ended too quick.
Well, I ended up actually, fun fact also, I stopped playing soccer travel ball wise because it just became too much of a hassle. And I ended up going back to play rec with some of my friends just as like a fun little league, because once you get like older and in your high school years, you're actually allowed to choose what teams you play on, like your rec teams. And that was COVID year, and I actually bought these new like soccer cleats and everything because my older ones didn't fit. And then they were like, COVID happened, we're not doing soccer this year. And I was like, well, dang. And so I ended up just stopped doing that and decided to get, one of my friends told me to get into jiu-jitsu and wrestling, all the combat sports. And I was like, okay, let's do this. But after a couple injuries, I've just stopped playing sports altogether. And now I'm talking about sports, which has now become a newfound love for me.
Living the dream.
Living the dream indeed. And also, we get to talk about a lot more sports today because coming up after this is the men's game between Smith Station and Auburn. Now, the men's team isn't ranked, as the women's team is ranked 7th, but still should be a very competitive game as both teams jostling for position in the in-area standings. So now Simmons to throw it in for the Tigers. Now Martin crossing it in. That's tipped away by the Smith Station Panthers. And now Reitz hustling to the ball. Reitz looking to go inside. And Reitz, it's just tipped away. It's just a swarm of Panthers in there.
Clever footwork can only do so much.
And now that is passed forward by the Tigers, but Bruce trying to corral it, and she does. Now Bruce with a lot of green grass in front of her, passes it up, and that's a good stop there by Arnold. And now the Tigers and Panthers just jostling for the ball. Still a lot of competitive play between these two teams. And a good block there by the Tigers. So the Panthers will now throw it in. And we see both of these teams just going back and forth with it. I feel like that next game on April 12th, now that will be at Smith Station, so unfortunately we will not be there to commentate it. But I'm assuming if you are there, that is going to be another competitive game, to say the least. Smith Station, once again, like I said, Final Four team last year, while Auburn was a second round exit. So a bit of turn of the tables, to say, for this year. Auburn obviously on top. Now Simmons passes it down line to Napper, and that's just going to be a little bit too far ahead of Napper for her to get the ball there. So creeping up on 26 minutes left here. Auburn up 3-0 with goals by Peyton Bishop, Samantha Reitz, and Ellie Hammer all coming in the first half. And now Hammer shoots it with her left foot, and Hammer, it's just a little bit wide left there. And Hammer's interesting. She's left-footed, but she can also shoot with her right. So I forget what that's called when you are able to use
ambidextrous.
Ambidextrous. See, that's why you're the word guy. So
I am the word guy.
He is the word guy.
You know, they called me Mr. Word Guy in high school.
Actually?
Actually.
Well, that's cool because you're currently in high school. So
I mean, yeah. Yeah.
I haven't called you that, but I'm certainly going to start now.
You just did, didn't you?
I did.
And me referring to that in past tense, they called me the word guy.
Ah.
They can mean singular.
Oh. Dropping some grammar facts on me. Okay, I see how it is.
I mean, you're looking at the same guy. You got a 34 on the English part of the ACT.
Did you really? 34?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Yes, I did.
Nice. Certainly. Uh, I'm assuming you got into college with that score.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you will see me at Auburn University next year.
Ooh.
So who knows what the future
Is
holds
this
there?
a live commitment to Auburn University? Verbal commitment?
I think the commitment has been lasting a long time, as they were the only place that I applied to,
Ah, I see.
and they will promptly be paying me lots of money.
Nice. Oh, scholarship. Nice.
Yes.
Congrats.
Thank you. Humble brag.
Yeah. My personally, I'm trying to go to Arizona State University, and that is because they have the Walter Cronkite School of Journalism. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. If you're interested in becoming some sort of journalist, whether it's sports journalist or just like journalist as in for the news, day-to-day news, go to Arizona State is what I've been told. And because they have that school of journalism, which is the #1 school of journalism in the country. And so, yeah, if you are looking to become, like me and Cal are right now, become a full-time sports analyst, sports journalist, whatever you want to call it when you're older, work for SportsCenter, ESPN, something like that, then go to Arizona State or go to someplace like it because it has the best school for journalism.
I must legally disclose, of course, that this is not an ad for Arizona State University.
Yes, this is not.
And you might be wondering, commentators, why are you not doing your job? But what you've really seen in this game so far in this half is not quite stagnation, but not nearly as much as has been accomplished at this point during the first half. I mean, at this point during the first half, I believe Auburn was already 1 or 2 up.
Yes.
And you've seen no goals so far, almost
It has
halfway through this half.
It has been back and forth play, but not in terms of shooting or goals wise. They've just been going back and forth in the middle of the field wise, and so. But that's what competitive soccer games are. A lot of people do say that soccer is actually one of the more boring sports to watch. I wholeheartedly disagree because I mean you look at how many people watch like the World Cup and stuff, and that is not because for lack of entertainment. And this game definitely isn't, but it is a game if you play it, as me and you have, where it can get a little bit stagnant at times, but not because nobody's like working for the ball and nobody's trying. It's because you're so tired and it's such a big field that you're trying to gain position. And we have a goal there. And who was it by? I actually didn't see.
That is a great question.
And it was by Meredith Martin. I just heard the announcer say. Meredith Martin, the forward, who's actually quietly played a really good game so far. A great role player. She's actually done a really good job of just, standing up in the front and being able to take passes and also deal them off. So getting what she rightfully deserves there with the goal. And now Auburn up 4-0, and this Smith Station team looks like they've had enough. They're still going to finish out these next 22 minutes, but this result looks like it's heavily in hand. And so if this result stands, if the score stands, then Auburn will move on to 8-4 in as an overall record, and they will be 3-0 as well in area play, while Smith Station will move to 8-8, and they will move to 1-2 in area play.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to apologize for not immediately catching that goal the first time, but it quite literally came out of nowhere from the Tigers.
It did, and actually, if I had to describe my surroundings right now, we are in a press box, but it's kind of hard to see each side of the field. So, excuse me.
Our faces are pressed against the glass. We are paying so close attention to this game.
Yeah, this game does require a lot of attention, as it is going back and forth, and a great pass inside Namunga, but that is a great tip away by Ellis, and Auburn, what a play there by Ellis, the goalkeeper for Auburn, who's also quietly had a great game for the Tigers here. And now Auburn right back on the offensive, and Naber with a great touch down the sideline, and she has room, and she's looking inside, might take it herself. She's going to try and shoot it, and a great save there by Charlie McDonald. And McDonald, while she has let 4 goals in, she's also had a lot of saves on the game and had a great game. It's just tough when this Tigers team.
To interrupt, we have a player down currently in the Auburn defender box across the entire field. gone mostly unnoticed in the
And
past 30 seconds.
and that being said, we will be back in a second. Hello and welcome back. So, Smith Station player went down. She seems to be okay. She is off the field right now. And we're back right to action, coming up on the halfway point of this second half. Auburn still leading 4-0 and looking to secure this victory as Reitz has the ball. Reitz with a little bit of fancy footwork. Passed it over to Napper. Now Napper looking for the cross, and she's able to force a corner kick. Great play by Napper. And so, looks like it's going to be Reitz to take the corner kick. Reitz boots it inside. And a header by Trammell, but it goes over the goal. But a good idea there by Trammell. Excuse me, that's actually Hannah Arnold.
I mean, Auburn, you've seen throughout this game, they've used about every single method possible to either score a goal or just narrowly miss.
Yeah. Auburn pulling out all the stops for sure in this ball game. And the Panthers, looking back on this game, I mean, it was a hard-fought game. Didn't go out the way you wanted it to. Still 20 minutes left, obviously, so I'm speaking if they lose. But looking forward, I mean, this is also a, ranked team, a ranked Auburn team, 7-0, or not, excuse me, number 7 in the state. So, I mean, they played competitive, and Auburn was just able to squeak some through balls through and able to get this win. So, the Panthers, you shouldn't be discouraged by this result, but and now Hammer passed it inside to Martin. Now Reitz with it, and now Bruce going back up the field, And Bruce passes it over to number 27. That's Roof, and tipped away by Hannah Arnold. And so Roof to throw it in for the Panthers. So now Roof passes it in, tipped away. And now Hammer fighting for the ball. Hammer gets it. Hammer tips it past the defender, but it's going to go just out of her reach. And it's going to be Panthers ball. Now Auburn to throw it in. The Tigers pass it in to Napper. Napper passes it back to Arnold. Hannah Arnold has had a great game, getting steals and having great passes. And 4 different Tigers have scored this game, so the Tigers actually, both of these Tigers teams, the men's and the women's, I know the men's have the L Champ given to the best player that's had the best performance of the game. And I think the women's, it's something to do with a robe. I can't exactly at this moment remember. I think it's like the royalty robe or something like that. But I mean, if you're the Tigers, 4 different players have scored goals, so I don't know who you give it to. Everybody has played solid. And a great pass by Martin, and now Hammer, it looked like she had an open shot, but just unable to reach the ball, but it will be a corner kick for the Tigers.
A lot of corner kicks for the Tigers. I'm wondering why I didn't see more of those in the first half. But they are just back to back to back.
Sorry about that. I just got told actually by the stadium announcers that it's actually called the royalty robe, or the relentless robe. Excuse me. I almost miscalled it again. Relentless robe. So, yeah, I'm not sure who you give it to this game. Everybody's played so well. I mean, Hammer's played great. Reitz as well. Hannah Arnold, as I earlier mentioned. It could go to the entire team at this point.
The goalie is a good candidate.
The goalie is a great candidate. She had an amazing play earlier this half, sliding for the ball. And as you see, Auburn with another corner kick, Reese to take it again. Auburn Tigers waiting in the box. Reese passed it in. Header.
Oh, straight in.
Arnold, but a good save by Charlie McDonald. And McDonald has had a great game, I will say. Even though there have been, 4 goals by the Tigers, she's still played phenomenal and done what she can to limit these Tigers to 4 goals. Now Hennessy passing it up, and that looked like just a prayer of a pass, but Napper now with the ball, and Napper has a little bit of space. Napper looking to pass it inside, and nowhere to be found is the Tigers. Now Bruce trucking it over to the sideline, trying to make some room for herself, but Reitz is able to corral that ball and force it out of bounds.
And as you said before, the Panthers goalkeeper, Charlie McDonald, I believe, while letting, 4 of them through at this point, it's just a sheer amount of that were attempted to be scored. I mean, you can only keep up with so much, especially with this relentless Auburn offense.
Yes, but that does also mean almost all-out domination by the Tigers here in this game. So that's tipped up by Hammer. And now Hammer.
Is the right word as Auburn's regained control.
And now Hammer with it. And Auburn just not letting up. Hammer with some fancy footwork. It's pushed down, and I'm sure she wanted a foul there. And Hammer a little bit slow to get up. But she's able to regain her feet. And now Reitz still has it for the Tigers. Reitz cuts through the defenders. Reitz with room. Reitz going through. Reitz shoots it up, and it's good.
And a clean field goal.
A clean field goal. Hey, in football, in American football, that would be 3 points.
Ladies and gentlemen, right over the top of goal and through the yellow Y that is the field goal.
Yeah, but in this game, that does not count as a goal.
Sadly, no.
Sadly. It doesn't count as it doesn't count as 3 points as in football. It just counts 0.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are not playing Quidditch.
We are not. Good Harry Potter reference. I got that one. Keeping me on my toes. So now Hammer with it. and Hammer, a little chip pass. It worked over to her sister, Lullaby Hammer. Now Hammer looking for space, isn't going to get any, but it's going to be another corner kick for the Tigers as Reach will head over to the corner flag to kick it in. The announcer having a little bit fun with the sponsor message for the corner kicks.
You give me a megaphone and a big enough crowd, I'm having some fun too.
That is true. It is factual. Now Reeds passes it in. Reeds inside, and it goes header off of I think that was Mally Napper. Yes.
As said before, Auburn Tigers making a goal by all possible means.
And I was correct. That is Mally Napper. And Mally Napper, I hope that was off the top of her head because she's currently wearing a face shield because I'm guessing she had something with her nose. But, yeah, that's now 5 different Tigers that have scored in this game. You have Ellie Hammer, Sam Reeds, Peyton Bishop, Meredith Martin, and now Mally Napper. And Auburn, just an all-out domination so far in this game with 13 minutes to go. I'd say this game is well in hand. I feel like the Tigers are going to come out of this game with a dub, and the Panthers are going to head home. But, I mean, the Panthers, still trying. They're not waving the white flag just yet, down by 5.
Every moving second, the Tigers seem to be, right in the end of this book that is this game, really closing it up.
Yes, and you can see the Tigers still not letting up, playing until the last whistle. But, I mean, we've seen Auburn dominate before. As we said in the pregame show, Auburn, their 2 other in-area games against Central and Opelika, both by 10-0. So this game actually is half of that. And now an open shot for Hammer, and Hammer just missiled it into the goal. And
to be an empty defense for the Panthers, just a clean shot.
And now Hammer, that is her second goal of the game. And now you're seeing this game kind of take a turn for the worst if you're a Panthers fan, with Auburn now up 6-0, 2 goals in the last 30 seconds. And so now I feel like Hammer is currently the leader for that relentless robe that I mentioned earlier, as she has 2 goals in the game, and it's just been everywhere on the field tonight. Your player profile.
The Panthers cannot be feeling good this game, must say.
And so now the Panthers to kick it off again. And if you're the Panthers here, I feel like you're starting to wait for that final whistle to say,
for this onslaught of them to be over.
Yes. And as a former soccer player yourself, it's never good. It's never fun to lose 6-0, and let alone 10-0, as I was saying earlier. The 2 other before, I was happily interrupted by Ellie Hammer with a missile shot for her second goal of the game. Auburn's 2 other in-area games against rivals Central and Opelika, 10-0, both games. So this game, I mean, it's 4 goals less than both of those results. So to say this is a slaughter on the Tigers' resume, that they've slaughtered this team, I mean, compared to those, it's not. So the Tigers just building that, resume, hopefully to get ranked higher than 7th in this week's upcoming rankings. Now Hennessy passed it up, tipped right back to her. Now that's Arnold with the ball in an entire room of green grass. Now that's passed over. And now Napper with it. And Napper passes it over to Martin. And Martin, that just seems like it went off of her foot the wrong way. And that will go out of bounds for a Smith Station goal kick.
Another goal kick for the Panthers. And let me just say, ladies and gentlemen, this has been quite the game to watch, especially if you just happen to be a Tigers fan.
Yeah, if you're a Tigers fan, you are definitely feeling very happy with the way the Tigers played today. And still some time on the board. I'm not expecting a comeback here from the Panthers, but anything can happen. And that just goes off the, I think, like the back of the right upright is where you'd call that. And so now Smith Station with the ball. Now Reitz trying to pass it inside. And now Hammer with it. Hammer with a great through ball to Reitz, and Reitz finishes the easy goal. And that's another goal for the Tigers. Reitz makes it 7-0 for the Auburn Tigers, and that's her second goal of the game. And wow, Auburn has taken over this game. Oh my goodness is right by the stadium announcer. And wow, this game, if you're the Panthers, is taking the turn for the worst. If you're the Tigers, it's taking the turn for the best. And goodness. Oh, and they actually call it offsides. I've just been told. So yeah, but that looked like a perfect pass to Reitz. But
was it a perfect pass behind the defender line?
yes, it would appear so. So now, scratch that. It is 6-0 lead for the Tigers, and Reitz has only one goal.
And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, both me and Max agree on this, and our extensive soccer history, neither of us, even as commentators, understand fully offsides.
Nobody does. It's a joke.
I believe personally that it is a myth. I don't think it actually exists.
Oh, interesting theory. I don't know how you prove it, but interesting theory. No, but offsides is a running joke in the soccer world of how much nobody understands it. I was actually watching a soccer show the other day, Ted Lasso. Comment down below if you've heard of it. I don't know if you have, Cal, but great show. I recommend it to anybody on Apple TV.
I have heard absolutely wonderful things about it, Max. Ted Lasso.
It is a great show. And the coach basically is like, he makes a lot of jokes about not understanding offsides. And that is because of, it's a very hard rule to understand. Man, what a pass there by Hammer. And it just gets trucked. McDonald just gets trucked, and it's missed. So a crazy series of events there. Bishop just trucked the goalie for Smiths and then passed it to Martin, and Martin missed it wide left.
Right over the top. Clean shot.
I am surprised that was not a foul on Bishop, but I guess the ref didn't see it.
Let me not be a witness to that.
Exactly. I'm not the professional here. The ref is. But either way, Smith Station goal kick. We are creeping up just on 7.5 minutes here left to go in this game. But don't go anywhere after this game is over, because coming up in about 20 to 30 minutes after this game will be the men's game between the Auburn Tigers and the Smith Station Panthers. And that game is sure to be a doozy.
Ladies and gentlemen, the sun is setting here at Duck Sanford Stadium. But let me just tell you, I believe, Max, that the sun set for the Panthers a long time ago.
Once again, good with words is my co-host, Cal
I
Floyd.
try. It's a
It's a
turned out
gift.
to be a beautiful day today. It's going to turn into a very beautiful night very soon.
Oh, my God.
And I
And
think
what
it's
a
shining
shot
so much
there.
prettier for the Tigers. Let's go. A goal.
What a shot there. And that was by, I didn't exactly see who it was again, but what a shot off the right, or excuse me, the left upright. That is very hard to do. Nothing the goalie could have done there for Smith Station. And wow, Auburn just piling it on.
7-0 with 7 minutes.
Wow.
Panthers need a goal a minute to go back.
What a shot there by the Tigers. And now Auburn up 7-0, leaving no room for doubt in this victory. Wow. So now Bruce with the ball. And Bruce is going to pass it up. And
Straight
that
to the
just
goalie.
seems like a desperate heave. But could have worked. Didn't. And so now Ellis going to punt it away for the Tigers. And Reitz, good ball control there by Reitz. And you can see why she is committed to Mercer University. And now Napper with it. Napper with some fancy footwork. Napper trying to get past the defender. Now a help defender coming over. It doesn't get in the way of Napper. Napper. And that's going to be out of bounds.
That is a corner kick for Auburn, actually.
Another corner kick for Auburn. Wow. And I think that last goal was by Caroline Hennessy, but I could be wrong. So that's another Auburn player that scored a goal, if I'm correct. And now a header inside, but a great save by Charlie McDonald. Arnold trying to get her second goal of the game, or excuse me, yes, her second goal of the game. And so now the Panthers with the ball. And now Arnold with it. Arnold passes it up to Hammer. Hammer goes over to Bishop, and that's stolen away again by the Panthers. And now Arnold with it. And Auburn here with just about 5 minutes to go in the game. It feels like Auburn is surely going to win this and look on to their next matchup. But still not done yet, as Hammer receives a great pass from Martin.
Just absolutely
and Hammer makes
relentless
a
for the Tigers.
Great move, and it goes a little bit wide right there, but Auburn still keeping that foot on the gas. If you're the Panthers, you're just like, goodness, let it off. But the Tigers, that's what makes them the number 7 in the state, is that they do not back down, even if they're up by 7 goals with 4.5 minutes to go. Truly the heart of a champion.
Truly. Truly and absolutely.
So now Reitz going to receive the ball. Reitz with great ball control once again. With the Panthers now with it. Panthers passed up. That's a great pass, and that's up to number 10, Emily Beiser for the Panthers, but a great tip away by Arnold. But it will remain Panthers ball.
You know, I gotta say, Max, in a match between two Wildcats, let me tell you. All right, you know, correct me if I'm wrong. It's generally accepted that the Lion is the king of the jungle. The Lion isn't here today, but let me tell you, a quick runner-up and overall king of the field, unopposed, is the Tigers today. They were doing an amazing job. Would you agree?
I would have to agree with you there. And, I mean, Panthers still pretty fearsome creatures, but oftentimes I feel like because of their, very dense fur and a lot of times with black Panthers, black fur, sometimes get overheated and worn out. And it seems like that's what happened to these Panthers today. Meanwhile, the Tigers fierce, always on the attack, and same as these Tigers on the field today were. And that's going to go into the stands. That's why you got to sit in the front row. You can catch those balls. Maybe keep a souvenir.
I do not think it works like baseball, but it's a good thought. I wish that were the case.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure those are owned by the state, so they would probably not be appreciative of that. But either way, Nabber with the ball. Nabber going up the field. Nabber with a great through ball to Bishop, and Bishop going through, and Bishop looking for an open passer, and she passes up to Martin, and Martin trying to control the ball, but the Panthers are able to get it away, but not too far because Hammer now has it. Now Bishop settles it. Bishop back inside, and it's tipped away by the Panthers.
Max, and I hate to say it, but I really think the Panthers have just relented so far.
Relented.
Relented. I tried to think of the proper word. I was gonna they've conceded mentally.
I do know that word. Relented is not in my vocab. Is that a word?
You ever heard relentless?
I've heard relentless.
It's like you won't relent.
Oh, that makes sense.
I think. Hey. 34 on the English ACT.
34 on language on the UCT. I am not gonna doubt you, Cal Floyd. But
why'd you say my government name?
Yep.
Okay,
everybody, his last name is Floyd. So.
Okay, I'm here with Max Mesmer.
Yes, I am. I'm pretty sure I said.
And ladies and gentlemen, it appears we lost a viewer from that exchange. We apologize. Seeing another goal kick from the Panthers.
That actually isn't the first time that our full government names have been, or our first and last names have been shared on the air, because I do that every time we do countdown.
That is besides the point. Max, speaking of goal kicks, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that hidden in the soccer manual is a kick. If you are able to score a goal directly from a goal kick with no interference, you automatically get 10 points.
Is that actually truthful? I will have to check the soccer manual after this.
No, in fact, Max, I simply just lied, because with 1 minute left in this game, what more is there to say?
Yes, that is true. Hey, if Smith Station did do that, I think they deserve 10 points, because I have never actually seen a goal kick from goal to goal with no interference.
Mm-hmm.
I do not know who has that kind of leg power, but if they do, call me.
I would love to see it one day.
I would. So 38 seconds left.
Well, you,
And
you think of like world-renowned soccer players, and with fields much bigger than this, and able to kick it across the whole thing in one kick.
I'm sure they'd be able to kick across this field, but
Oh, definitely.
say across like a World Cup field.
I mean, you
know?
see that thing. I mean, it's practically a game of ping pong at that point.
Basically. And a good save there by Ellis. And now the Tigers look like they're just going to run this game out as Martin. And they're still going on the press. And Hammer trying to get another goal, but Bruce is not having it. And with 4 seconds to go, 2, 1, that's going to do it for this game. Auburn taking home the victory 7-0 over the Smith Station Panthers, and the Auburn Tigers will move on to 8-4 and 3-0 in the area 4. And Smith Station will move to 8-8 and 1-2 in Area 4 play. And what are some takeaways for the Tigers this game who got the victory?
Absolutely an incredible game. That relentless offense, and as we predicted, and as we did see play out eventually, the Panthers did, to use that word correctly, relent more and more during the second half, and Tigers really just being able to take advantage of that, staying on the entire game, and that was just so incredible. The rest of the season has a very bright road ahead of them.
Yes, the Tigers certainly did show why they are a state-ranked team. And then for the Panthers, I mean, you came into a hostile environment, but for the Tigers, they have one of, if I have to do say so myself, one of the best stadiums in the state of Alabama in Duck Sanford. And they tried hard, but, not hard enough. Auburn able to get the 7-0 victory. What do you think the future looks like for the Panthers after this loss?
I think, and as you said before, they are a very competent team. I believe they do have some success in their future. But I will say, am I wrong in saying that you said they would play the Tigers again later on this season?
They will. April 12th at Smith Station.
April 12th? Well, let's just say I believe April 12th will be very entertaining for the Tiger fans out there.
And that's going to do it for the women's matchup between Auburn and Smith Station. But don't go away, because in 20 to 30 minutes will be the men's game between Auburn and Smith Station. Don't go away. Hello and welcome to our second game of the night on AHS Mass Media. This one is the men's game between the same two teams that we had earlier, the Auburn Tigers and the Smith Station Panthers. And this game should be a doozy. Both of these teams, not the greatest seasons that they would have wished for this season so far, but still looking to push forward and looking to make that a statement win, get a statement win here tonight in an area game. And we're off as the Auburn Tigers start off with it, and the Smith Station Panthers immediately steal the ball and look to head back down the field. And talking about the women's game earlier, if you weren't here watching that game, the women's came out with a victory 7-0 over the Smith Station Panthers to move to 8-4 overall and 2-0 in the region, and 3-0 in the region, while the Smith Station Panthers women's team moved to 8-8 overall and 1-2 in the region. And talking about the relentless road, we were talking earlier at the end of that broadcast. Samantha Reitz ended up coming up with the relentless road because she had 2 goals in the game, one in the first half and one in the second half. Played a tremendous game, and we look forward to seeing what she does in the future of the season. But on to the men's game. So far, the Panthers look to be controlling the pace of this game as it's been on the Tigers' side of the field for most of the game so far. But now the Panthers are retreating. And what are you looking to see in this game, Cal, from these two teams?
Well, what I'm looking to see seems to be what I'm seeing right now. It's a lot of aggressiveness from the Panthers, which just wasn't present in the women's game. Perhaps they're trying to avenge the women's team for that shutout they experienced just mere moments ago.
Yes, and the sun has officially set over the treetops in Duck Sanford, and I was about to say Jordan Hare, but in Duck Sanford they have descended over the tops of McAllister's, and now these teams are primed to play, and Smith Station starting early with a goal. Wow. What a way to start the game for the Panthers.
Less than 2 minutes into the first half, and we have a goal from Smith Station.
Wow. So there you go. I mean, hey, if you're in a road game, you're coming into a hostile environment, and what I've already said I think is one of the best, if not the best, stadium atmospheres in the state of Alabama in Duck Sanford. And you want to come in and you want to make a statement early, that's how you do it. You score, and you score quickly.
The energy was low after that last game. People did not know what to expect from the Smith Station men's team, and the Smith Station's men's team has given them exactly what they want to see, which is action and aggressiveness, which they've been showing so far in these first 2 minutes of this game. But here we go, Auburn right again, going up against the field, going straight to the Panthers defender box, straight shooting on the goal. But unfortunately, it's been saved.
And that was a shot by Chapman Marlowe, but saved by the Panthers.
Already some brilliant back and forth so far. I think this is going to be one heck of a game to watch.
This must be. It's looking like that to start off, but Auburn, they do tend to play this year as, like I said earlier, this season hasn't been what they'd hoped for so far, but looking to turn it around. One of the ways they can do that is they tend to get a little bit of, mistake prone in the game. They tend to get a little bit, as we saw Smith Station in the last game, impatient and making just simple errors, and they cannot afford to do that this game. And who you see with the ball right now is Cohen Park, who passes it outside. But Cohen he's currently a sophomore, but he is what I've heard from a lot of the players to say the leader of this team and one of the best players on this team, if not the best. And that's very interesting considering he is a sophomore. You don't really see that usually on the varsity team, let alone a sophomore playing on the varsity team, let alone them starting on the varsity team. But he's also a captain and arguably the best player on this team.
And we have a foul from the Panthers.
And we have a player down. I can't tell who that is, but we'll be back in a moment. Or actually, no. This guy, he is extreme toughness shown by the Tigers player.
He is up, and he is still in the game.
That is good to see if you're a Tigers fan. And it's looking like he's going to stay in the game.
Team captain as well, setting a role model.
And hopefully they can spark a fire inside the Tigers right now, who are already down 1-0.
I will say, seeing as this is such an impressive back-and-forth game so far, that one goal is going to be really crucial, I think, later on in this game. I do not expect a high-scoring game.
Well, I'd actually have to disagree with you there because I expect a higher-scoring game mainly because of how quick that goal was scored. I mean, unlike last game where you saw two great defenses, these are two very aggressive, very fast-paced offenses that love to, go back and forth very quickly and love to cause havoc on the defense. So I expect this game to have at least 5 goals, if not more.
You might say that, but can you agree with me with at least one thing? That this game will be very, very close.
It will be. I can agree 100%. So Cohen passing up for the Tigers. But the Panthers get it back, and you're already seeing some physical play between these two teams. These are two teams that don't like each other. Like I said, in-area game, these teams, they aren't the biggest rivals per se. I mean, they're still in-area teams. I think you'd say that Central and Opelika are jostling for the position of number 1 rival for the Tigers. But I'd say in that third spot is definitely the Panthers. I mean, because they play Auburn in every sport, and they are – although not all the time they are super competitive, they are always ready to fight. And that is tipped out of bounds by the Panthers. And it's the throw-in for Auburn. So Tigers throwing it up. Almost a handball and a heck of a pass by the Panthers there, but it goes straight to the Tigers players. Now Cooper Fain passes it out.
Not a second is wasted by either team, full sprinting all the time. I just wonder how long it's going to last.
Yeah, if they can keep this pace up for the entire game, that would be an interesting sight to see.
Very much a blink and you'll miss it type of game. I mean, as we say that during the last game, we did blink and miss at least 2 goals, but that's besides the point.
Yeah, and Tigers right now trying to answer back,
Oh,
and they
wow.
do. That's a goal for the Auburn Tigers.
Perhaps I was wrong about this low-scoring game. It's very
To
interesting.
tie it up to 1-1, the Tigers answer back immediately, and that's Tyler Diebold with the goal there for the Tigers, passed by Ben Bolding to get the assist. And now the Tigers instantly wipe away that first goal to make it back to a tied ball game at 1-1. And now this is going to be a game. This is going to be a very exciting game that you're not going to want to take your eyes off of. And so now the Tigers with the ball, looking to now gain an advantage, gain a lead if they can score here. So the Tigers to throw it in here from the midfield line. And the Panthers trying to get in front of the ball, but can't quite seem to do it. So now that's Cooper Fain with the ball. And now the Tigers pass it back inside. Park with a great move. Park with tried to take a
Clever
long shot
footwork,
there.
accidental or not. That is some good footwork.
And now Tyler Diebold with the ball. Diebold. And now Park with it. Park with another great move. Park looking to get a shot.
Ooh.
Gets laid out, and they're going to call that a penalty. And that is inside the goalie box, so that is going to be a PK. Wow.
First PK I've seen today.
Heck of a call there by the ref. And so now the Tigers with a chance already with only 7 minutes passed by in this game. It's been a score by the Panthers. And then now Auburn answering right back with maybe 2 goals to get the lead here. If you're the Panthers, you're scratching your head at how quickly this has turned.
One of the players even trying to talk to the ref. I wonder what that conversation's about. He seems rather confused about the situation.
I mean, it was a bang-bang play, but
All
from
right.
what it appeared, it looked like he did not get all ball. It looked like he laid him out.
Already a controversial game.
And so now
1 kick away from another goal for Auburn. Will he be able to pull this off?
I think that is Chapman Marlowe taking the kick. He squares up the kick
And
and
that's a goal.
scores. Goal
That is
by the
2-1
Auburn
Auburn.
Tigers. 2-1 over Smith Station. Auburn instantly answers back. Just under 7 minutes have passed by so far in this game, and we've already seen 3 goals, 2 by Auburn and 1 by Smith Station.
We saw that goal from Smith Station in the first 2 minutes. You know what Auburn did? They doubled it and they gave it to the next person.
Exactly.
All right. Will they be able to keep that trend?
Will they be able to keep the trend up? And now, if you're Smith Station, you're like, okay, now we're ready. Now it's time. Okay. So what a penalty kick there by Chapman Marlowe, and now Auburn with the lead 2-1, and looking to continue that. But yeah, this game, I feel like you were a little bit wrong there when you said this might be a low-scoring game.
You know what? I, believe it or not, am not perfect. I make mistakes, and perhaps I made a mistake about this game.
Really?
I admit it.
I thought you were an alien. I did not know you were.
I will be the first to admit my mistakes.
Okay. Very humble man, Cal Floyd is.
Very, very humble. Unless, of course, I'm right and it doesn't go beyond 3 points for us this game. But
I mean, last game there was a total of 7 points scored, and that game we didn't expect it to go more than 3. So now Marlowe with it, and stolen away by the Panthers, and that's going to be out of bounds, and it's going to be a throw-in for the Auburn Tigers.
You know, perhaps, especially at moments like this, there's a certain sweetness found in being proven wrong, I would say.
Yes.
Especially if this game plays out anything like last game did for the Tigers.
So the Tigers would throw it in. Oh, a heck of a throw there.
Wasting
Down
no
the
time.
line. A little bit of jostling on the outside.
Auburn offense breaking through.
And Marlowe kind of shoving the Panthers player. And the Smith Station fans are not happy about that. Got away with a little bit of a shove there at the end of the play. But we play on.
Those was Auburn fans who were upset about that. Auburn fans are furious. I think they were expecting a corner kick.
Interesting. But if you saw, Marlowe did hit him in the back just a little bit. But nobody saw anything.
Except
back
you,
into the game. Except me. Yeah, I will be the lone witness. A great steal by Cohen. Park. Park just had great footwork. And now that's Ethan Park with it. Tries to pass it back out to Park. And Ethan jostling for the ball once again. And he wins it. And there's no call. And the Panthers fans, once again, are upset that the refs did not blow their whistle on that one.
I mean, it's looking like he just tripped over himself. I'm not too sure about that.
Now Diebold with it. And that's tipped away by the Panthers.
Is that out? That is out.
It looks like it's going to go out. And it goes into the stands. Nobody there to corral the ball. But if they were, wonder if they'd keep it. I would certainly try to keep it. Free soccer ball. Now Marlowe with it. Marlowe passes it inside. Fain with it. And now Diebold. And Diebold just misses it just to the left. And he was open. He felt like he should have sank that shot. But it is going to be a goal kick for the Panthers. But, wow, what a quick shift of just a shift of a momentum in this game. I mean, the Panthers started immediately after kickoff scoring, and then the Tigers are right back, and they are now full momentum in this game, up by 1. So now the Panthers will take the goal kick. Now the Panthers trying to retreat. And it's going to be a handball on the Panthers. Wow. So some crucial mistakes here by the Panthers early on. And now this is a free kick from a dangerous position. And I have a feeling he's going to shoot this one.
I think he's going to go straight for it. I mean, that's what Auburn tends to do.
And if it's successful, it'll be a heck of a replay. Heck of a highlight, excuse me. So Cohen Park to take the free kick. Park takes it.
He went for it.
And just above the crossbar. That one was almost a field goal, But it was almost a real goal as well.
So blissfully close.
Blissfully. Another good vocab term.
That. Never mind.
Blissfully. That's a good vocab term. You
It's,
use
it's
that
a
in the
nice.
spelling
I
bee.
would say it's a nice word.
It is a nice word. Sounds good off the tongue.
It does.
And so now Smith Station to throw the ball in. And if you are in the stands watching this right now, the field people would appreciate it if you would go down and be a ball boy, get right up close to the action, and be able to run up and down the field at will and be able to throw balls back into the players. So if you are in the stadium watching this currently, then head on down and be a ball boy.
Right back, ladies and gentlemen. The Tigers just stopped the Panther offensive. Right back to midfield. This is seeing a lot more like your traditional soccer game, where it gets close to a side, straight back to middle, to the other side, straight back to the middle. Once again, like I said in the last game, soccer is really just really large-scale ping pong. I guess the proper term would be large-scale tennis.
Yeah. But although there are no rackets involved in this game, or nets. Or actually, there is nets. There's goals.
Speaking of rackets, the stadium is looking really filled. That they are making some noise today.
Yes,
some
they
controversy.
are. They are. Like I said, this can be a tough place to play if you're an opposing team. So the way the Panthers came out, scoring that initial goal, although they are no longer leading it, that goal probably still got into the heads of these fans as well as these players, saying, hey, these Panthers are not playing around tonight. They're playing some good soccer.
Even though they are Panthers, I would say they seem like fish out of water in this scenario.
Yeah. And now the Tigers steal it away. Tries to pass it to Diebold. Now the Panthers with it. Great move by the Panthers. Pass it up. They're going to call, I think they're going to call a foul.
They're going to call something.
I heard
Kick
a whistle.
for the Panthers?
I would assume so.
Is that
And
kick
yeah,
for-
they're going to call a foul on the Tigers.
Wow.
I do not think it was offsides, but.
That was not offsides. That was simply just a foul.
And a big kick here by the Panthers. Poked away by the Tigers defense. And now Park with it.
Tigers got a
Park
seemingly
passes it
open
up to
chance ahead of
Diebold.
them.
Excuse me, to Marlowe. And now Marlowe trying to find some room. And hits the Panthers
Ooh.
player right in the face.
And he bounces back immediately, straight back in the game.
I mean, you have to in a game this fast paced, or else you're going to miss something.
Let me tell you, these kids are tough.
I think they'd prefer
Right
the
into the
term
stands. You were
young
talk-
adults, but
Young adults. My
Yeah,
mistake. You were
yeah.
just talking about earlier in the stands. You might be able to catch a soccer ball, keep it for yourself. It just about hit some of the lucky parents and fans out there today.
they did.
Did it again.
Wow. Look, there's. Oh, he's got. What a good Samaritan. Passing it back to the players. Not like me, who would have tried to keep it for their own.
We know.
And they're going to say a free kick. So, do you think this is out of Cohen's range? Do you think? I mean, he is very good, but I don't
Nothing's
know.
out of range.
Nothing's out of range for him. That's right. Here goes Park.
He's going straight.
Park.
Oh,
he's going to
not.
actually
It's hard
pass it in,
curve.
curl it in, and it gets through.
Straight into the pitch, straight to
Hits
the center,
side,
and
the
that's the
Tigers
goal for Auburn.
Cooper Fain with the score off of the ricochet.
Auburn now has officially a clean edge so far
And
in this
Cooper
game. Lights are going
Fain
wild.
with the goal. What a shot off of the ricochet by Fain. And it looks like he's running the full field. An interesting celebration. I saw him go to the goal line
Man
and
is
then
go-
run the
man
other
is
end of the
going-
field, and
gone.
he did it.
My man has 3 speeds. Here, there, and gone. All right.
Interesting celebration there. I wonder how.
He's making his way back.
I wonder how that affect. He must have the motor of a freaking, great Ford.
The man is a walking F-150.
We do have fun here. But yeah, Cooper Fain with the score. I have personal experience that guy is cool. He goes to my church.
Simply saying, this whole game it's really astonishing. It's a long series of, hey, I know that guy.
Yes, it is. And now Fain trying to get the ball back. Park gets it. Park passes it over. Park gets it back. Park passes it up. Through ball.
Oh, no, shoot.
And
Free
a great
shot on the
through
goal.
Ball. Tiger's going to shoot and score.
That is a fourth goal for the Tigers.
Auburn Tigers. Did they call it offsides?
They're negotiating.
Waiting
What's
for
the
the
call?
call.
It's safe. It's good.
And it's good. Goal for the Auburn Tigers.
That is
and
gonna
I'm
lead
not
them to
entirely sure
score.
who the player was that scored it yet, but Tigers now up 4-1.
They always just catch you off guard, don't they?
Wow, what a turn of events here in this game. And that is Ben Bolding, senior number 13 for the Tigers.
Not even a
scoring the
quarter of the
goal.
way through this game, and we've already seen such astonishing work being done.
Well, I mean, for the Panthers, I mean, you're just shocked right now because you came out, scored a goal basically instantly, felt like all the momentum's on your side. Then Auburn comes right back and puts up a four-piece in like 10, 15 minutes.
A four-piece with fries and a drink, might I add.
I know.
They did not take it and double it and give it to the next person. They did not take it and triple it and give it to the next person. They took it, quadrupled it, and give it to the next person. That is what you love to see, ladies and gentlemen.
That's two people doubling it.
That's
my
like
math
doubled
there.
twice.
That's a double
I
twice.
love, dude, the math. The math is mathing.
And they're about
we're
to
seeing it again.
quick
Close call.
triple it,
Back to the
and it's
defender's
going to
box.
be back to the Panthers.
Already, this intimidation is amazing.
And that's going to go out of bounds, and it's going to be for the Auburn Tigers.
Now put yourself in, Max, I'd like you to put yourself in the Panthers' shoes right now.
Okay.
You start up, first 2 minutes of the game, you get a goal. Within the next 15 minutes, you see your opponent score 4 goals in a row. How are you feeling right now?
I'm honestly feeling devastated because, I mean, they came out, their game plan was perfect, just instantly, attack Tigers with all they can, which is what you have to do against a very skilled, very fast Tigers team. And then the Tigers come right back when it seemed like not all hope was lost, but it seemed like you were just shocked if you were the Tigers. Came back, composed, and scored 4 goals instantly. If I'm the Panthers, though, you got to remember, it's an 80-minute game. Only 17 minutes have passed. So there's 83 minutes, excuse me. No, 63 minutes to go in this game. And you have to know that's 63 minutes for you to score 3 goals and get back in this thing.
Right.
And
We got another
they
foul.
have to have that mindset.
We got another foul on the Panthers. That's another free kick for Auburn. Going straight
And that's
over
going
the
to go
goal.
out of bounds. Free kick. But soccer, a soccer game is often called a marathon, not a track race.
Yeah, I would
So,
know. I did call it that earlier.
Yes. I did
Speaking
not
of,
steal
there
it.
also is a track meet going on today. Quite the fun analogy.
Wow.
Analogy.
A lot of Auburn sports going on today. Softball. There's baseball tomorrow. That's not today, but there is baseball tomorrow, and there's a track meet today.
You are right. Tomorrow is not today. The math is mathing.
The math is indeed mathing.
And I got to say, the math is mathing, but this game is not adding up for the Panthers. They started off so well. What happened?
Yeah.
Panthers, what happened?
What happened? If you do not get that meme, you are not on sports social media, and I do not know what's going on right now. Either the Panthers defense is playing still, a new technique.
I think they're just passing the time.
Yeah, I feel like it.
Okay, I don't know what the. Oh, I think is it a goal kick?
I feel like it's a goal kick, but there's a.
It is a goal kick.
There is a substitution going on. Interesting. Not very interesting, but interesting. So goal kick for the Panthers here. Coming up on almost 20 minutes. We're at 21:54 and running here in the first half.
moon is hanging low, ladies and gentlemen, just a mere sliver.
You can see good call. You can see a mere sliver of light. Kind of looks cool over the treetops
Looks
right
like
now.
a bull. You see, especially with all this light going on, you can only see that one star right above it. That was the first star. That was my light, my Starlight and my Starbright.
Wow.
First star that I even saw tonight. And, knowing me, I wish I may, or even I wish I might, to say in better words, have this wish that I wish tonight. It's just so perfectly positioned over the moon. Absolutely stunning.
A poet, Cal Floyd.
A poet.
Have you seen the new Pinocchio?
The Del Toro one?
I saw the Del Toro one.
Amazing.
Yeah,
Spectacular.
it is very good. Did it? I think it won the Oscar for Best Animated Film Feature. Actually,
It should
Best
have.
Animated
I know it was mentioned at the
yes,
Oscars.
it was very good.
I was also a big fan of the Oscars, the All Quiet on the Western Front.
I never saw that one. I was going to one time, but then I didn't. So
I would love to recommend it, but I have to admit, it's a movie not for everyone. It is harsh, and it is grueling, and it is real.
that's there's actually an original to that one made back in the 40s to 50s as Tyler Diebold going on, and they're going to call offsides, and the Tigers fans are very upset about that call.
You see, the
Did
thing
not
is,
look like offsides.
I do not believe you would believe me if I told you there's actually 3 movies. And this is a classic example of me knowing more than you.
Wow.
Because I saw the book, right? I didn't read the book, but I know it exists. Then there was a movie way back when, not long after World War II, I think, because the book was written about World War I. Then there was a movie, I believe, 70s, 80s, and then they have this one right now. I originally watched the 70s, 80s one. It was very good.
Wow.
It was a lot more quiet, a lot more dull, not a lot of background music, or any background music, or music, for that matter. And I don't
Is there anything you don't know, Cal?
fun fact, I know everything. Like,
Oh.
I am always smarter than everyone else around me.
That's wow. That's wild. I will be sure to go to you for advice. about
Please do,
anything.
please do.
You need to tell me how to pass my chemistry quiz tomorrow.
I remember helping you study for your chemistry quiz.
Yes.
Let me tell you, the one thing I don't know, a few gaps in my knowledge, chemistry.
Ah.
See, nomenclature, it absolutely destroyed me.
Yes. Well, if you need any help in nomenclature, Cal is not the person to go to, but I am. I know nomenclature like the back
I don't know
of
the
my
difference
hand.
between an ick, an acid, and an ope.
See, it's have you ever heard of you ate something icky and you bite something delicious? Because if it's a compound ending in ate, then it's going to be an acid ending in ick. And if it's a compound ending in ite, it's a acid ending in
Chemistry with Max.
yes, and it's a acid ending
Auburn
with
running
us.
up on the goal straight center. Oh, field goal. It's good.
It's good. 3 points there for the Auburn Tigers. Actually, no, this is not football.
Nope.
I had the wrong sport.
We lied to you, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
It simply
we
went
have been
through-
deceived.
It simply went through the yellow fork, the golden fork of the field goal, not in the actual soccer goal, which actually is the only legal way to score points in this game.
Did you just call it the golden fork?
I did call it the golden fork.
I'm pretty sure your forks have 3.
And I think a fork is any type of eating utensil that has more than one spoke. Like, you ever thought about a knife? It's only like a one-spoked fork.
Yes. But I feel like wouldn't that be a broken fork then? Because a fork has 3 spokes. That's
Clear,
what makes
okay,
it
you
useful.
ever there's I've seen a salad fork before and it just has 2 big. Yeah.
Wow. Kitchen utensils with Cal. We have a lot of new segments today in our commentary. Now the Panthers with it. And the Panthers, you got to get something here. If they don't score at least one more goal before the half, I don't know how they're going to get back into this game because this Auburn defense, after allowing that first goal, they haven't allowed really any shots on goal by this Panthers team. Oh, but there's a good through ball right there. And now the
you had to
Panthers,
say it. You had to
great
say it.
move inside in the corner, and
Ah.
just nobody there. But the Panthers, it looks like tracking it down.
Panthers offense moved in too fast, too quickly, and just
And they're
missed
going
the
to call
cross
it a
entirely.
foul on the Panthers. Great hustle by Tyler Diebold to get to that ball.
I thought you jinxed it for a second there, I must admit.
So the Tigers quickly taking the free kick, wasting no time. Vane with it. Vane passed it over. A lot of open space for the Tigers to work with right now. And a big pass and just fell down is the left forward for the Tigers.
Just fell and stumbled.
Just stumbled down. I think that was Ben Bolding who scored the last goal for the Tigers. And so the Panthers are going to throw it in. And so the Panthers now with it. Actually, excuse me, the Tigers stealing it away.
Tigers getting pretty total control right now. What are they going to do with it?
Yeah, a lot of room to work with here. Over the Panthers with
straight back to center.
Creeping just under 16 minutes here left in the first half. You got to do something here to get back into this game.
Can the Panthers pull off really anything substantial before the halftime's called?
We will see.
Right back to Tigers. Seems just like an open field to them.
Yeah, if the Tigers score here, and that's going to be another foul on the Panthers, things getting a little chippy here in this game.
Chippy.
Chippy. Yeah.
What do you know?
You heard that term?
Yeah, I've heard that term. Not from you before, but yes, I've heard that term.
See, you're helping me expand my vocabulary in real time. Speaking of which, my vocabulary has actually boosted our viewers to our new 7 viewers in the on the stream. Welcome. Auburn currently winning 4-1 over the Smith Station Panthers with just about 15 minutes to go in the first half. And Auburn currently with it, Park. And a big boot there by the Panthers cross field.
Number 20 from the Panthers, sole contesting the Auburn defense. What's going to happen?
And so now the Tigers with it, and they're going to pass that out of bounds near the midfield line. And now the Panthers are going to throw it in, wasting no time.
These young men are like machines. It goes out within 0.5 seconds. It's back in play. They have it down to a rhythmic fashion.
Well, they actually, another fun fact about soccer, you see a lot of, when you get older and you start playing the game more, they actually, and that's a hard shove there by the Panthers. There's going to be a corner kick. Oh, no, it's going to be goal kick, actually, for the Panthers. But
they do not seem happy about that. They're pointing fingers.
They teach you to do free kicks and throw-ins as fast as possible because it keeps the other team on their toes instead of letting them set up in their defensive position. So, very smart views, very smart play by the Panthers.
Oh, what do we have here?
And it looks like
seems like a controversial bit.
It looks like it'll actually be a corner kick.
I wouldn't call it yet.
Considering there is about the entire Smith Station team except one player in the goalie box, I would assume that this is not a goal kick, but you never know.
Controversial, getting settled out as we speak. They're talking to the ref. They're negotiating their way through this. But is it going to lead to anything substantial?
Yeah, this is wild. The amount of controversial calls already in this game, and we're not even to halftime yet. I feel like this game is building up to a good ending. And so it looks like it is actually going to be a goal kick.
Goal kick it is.
I feel like they actually were just looking for a ball. That's why they were saying, if you're in the stands right now, go down and be a ball boy or girl, or, go down and be able to see the action up front and be able to give the balls to these players as they jostle to try and get a win here at Duck Sanford. But back to the game, the Tigers now crossing midfield, looking to gain more of an advantage over the Panthers. A bit of a shove there by the Panthers, if I do say so myself, and the referees
he got right
agree.
back up, but that is still a foul on the Panthers.
The referees agree with me, and so now it's going to be a free kick, and the Tigers going quickly. Park with it. Park looking to shoot it.
Straight for the goal, but a little bit to the left.
From distance, man. I mean, he has unlimited range, but unable to hit the target there. And Park just misses it a little bit left, and so it'll be a goal kick for the Smith Station Panthers. And the Panthers with just 13 minutes to go in this first half. I feel like you got to get a goal or at least some momentum in this game somehow going into halftime, or else this game could get ugly quick. Now Fane dancing around. Fane passed it over. Auburn looking for space. Park now with it. Park dribbling with the ball, passes it back. And I like what the Tigers are doing here. No need to rush anything. You're up by 3. Take your time, look for some gaps, and try and meticulously pick apart this Smith Station defense.
Gaps
and now
are what
Diebold
they're
with
finding. Look at this.
And now Diebold on the offensive for Auburn, and looking for some open teammates, and he gets it over to Park. Park shooting it again, and Park just misses over
barely.
the right upright.
They bobbed and they weaved and they threaded the needle so perfectly. That was just immaculate.
Everything but the finish. Everything but the goal.
So close.
But that is
from what I've seen so far, they can do that at least fairly consistently. That's all they need to do.
Exactly. So now Fane jostling for the ball. Bolding now with it. Now passing it up, and a little bit of miscommunication. That ball was actually to Fane, but he kind of ducked under the ball, excuse me. And now the Panthers to throw it in near the midfield line, and that's going to be kicked out, and it's going to be another throw in by the Panthers. And it's the Panthers here. And now Park with some aggressive play heading it, but stolen away by the Panthers once again. And now the Panthers trying to get something going on the offensive end. Passing it down line, but a little bit too inside. And now Diebold. And now Diebold looking to go down line. Stolen away by the Panthers. Now Fane with it. And Auburn doing a great job of using their defense to back them up. When they get in trouble, just pass it back to their defense. And now Marlowe with the ball. Marlowe can get past his defender. He does. But just kicks it out of bounds. And now it will be a throw-in for the Panthers. But yeah, so far a lot of action with only 10 minutes to go left in the first half. Auburn up 4-1. And some good aggressive play by Fane there. And Fane tipping it away again. Heads it over to Marlowe. Marlowe trying to bicycle kick it. And just a lot of aggressive play. Bolding now trying to score one up.
Just pure pandemonium going on in the defender's box.
And now Marlowe shoots it. Goes off the top of the crossbar, but it looks like it's going to be a foul. And we actually have a Panthers player down right now.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back as soon as the situation resolves.
And unfortunately, it looks like that Panther player got substituted, but you're looking at a Panther free kick right now.
Yeah, glad to see him being able to get up on 2 feet and walk off the field on his own power. Quick update from LaGrange. Auburn JV boys team has actually come out victorious there with a 1-0 win. Close one down in LaGrange, but a big win for the JV boys Tigers. So now Diebold able to steal the free kick.
So what you're saying is, Max, that we are one game away from having all victories today.
Yes, we are. That is exactly what I'm saying.
No pressure, of course.
A great day for Auburn High soccer. Let's see if the Tigers can finish this one off here. Still a little under 50 minutes to go in this game. 9 minutes to go in the first half.
Straight through, bob and weave.
Now Andy passes it out to, or Andy Roberts,
Straight back
passes
to the
out
middle.
to Bolding. And now Park with it. Park with
they
it
all
inside.
just collapsing on
and
him.
it's just a, yes, it is collapsing in there.
Straight
like you said. And that was tipped, and it's going to be a corner for Auburn. Marlowe kicked it off of a Smith Station player. Almost made it in, but just going over the crossbar. But it's going to be a corner kick for the Tigers.
I will say, I'm surprised we have not heard the noticeable thunk of a crossbar hit.
No, they are fun to hear, but no, we have not fired one yet this game.
Many close calls, but none quite grazed inside.
So it looks
like
like
Auburn corner kick right now.
looks like Bolding's going to take that kick, and he's just going to pass it, touch it in to Park. Now Bolding with his left foot.
Straight to middle, stopped by the Panther defense and moved right back upfield.
Now
Auburn regaining control very quickly, but can they keep it?
And a great move there by number 18 for the Tigers. And
Oh,
a great
straight
through ball.
Clear shot.
And now the
Not
Tigers. And now the Panthers defense doing a great job of getting back on defense.
And
that's
goal
going to be a
kick.
goal kick. But a great effort by the Tigers there. And the Tigers still up by three goals in this one. And so a goal kick here for the Panthers. And so now Park with it. Park passes out to Diebold. Now Diebold back with it on the outside. And they're going to call a foul on the Tigers. And Auburn faithful is not happy about that one. So now the Tigers back on the offensive. Park jukes out a man.
Slide tackle.
Wow. What a play by Park. And now Diebold with it.
It's three versus 7 on the Panther side of the field right now, and back to midfield from the Panthers. Header right back through. Straight back to center.
Now Park with it. Park scanning the field. Passes it back.
Neutral position.
Now the Tigers looking to go back on the offensive. The Panthers regaining control with some relentless defense by the Tigers, not giving up.
Accidental out by the Panthers.
Yeah, just
he did not realize he was standing behind the outline.
Just a miscommunication, mistouch. So now
mistouch.
the Tigers.
It is quite hard to tell. At least 4 different sports are represented on this field.
Yes, yeah, it is very confusing.
I myself was mistaking the shadows earlier cast by the sun for the outline. Oh, he doesn't see him, though. He doesn't see him. Straight to the very corner.
What a save.
Back to the center. That's a good cross.
In the center and just misses.
But there was no one there to receive it.
And now McDade with it. McDade with the left foot, and he just misses it to the left.
Hitting the outside metal of the goal, but that's not enough.
So now the Panthers with a goal kick here, just under 5 minutes to go in the first half. Auburn leading this one 4-1.
Quick goal kick leads back to Auburn possession.
Now Fain with it. Fain.
Auburn
And
possession.
the pass out to
Auburn
McDade.
dominance.
McDade has a bunch of green grass. McDade passes it in, but just a little bit of miscommunication between him and Marlowe. But Auburn still with the ball. Park now with it. Park leading take the ball back from the Panthers, but the Panthers are not giving up, and they pass it forward. And a good steal by the Panthers.
Oh, they're
And
fighting. They're fighting.
is a bit scrappy at the midfield, but they're going to say play on. And now Auburn with it. Fain now with it. Fain passes it to Diebold.
Pass it back.
Now Auburn with it at the midfield line. Passes over to Roberts. And now Roberts going forward. Roberts with a great move inside.
Just slicing through the D.
Roberts
Oh!
trucks a guy.
Slicing through the defense.
Inside, and it's just tipped off of the Panthers' leg. But it is going to be a corner kick for the Tigers. Good
Clean
work
bounce
by
off
Andy
the field
Roberts.
house.
I think it was a corner kick.
Time will tell.
Time will indeed tell. Wish the refs would, but it's not my spot to say. And so, yes, it is a goal kick. I thought he got it off the shin of one of the Panthers defenders, but I was mistaken. And the Panthers bringing a substitution in, trying to give one of their players a breather. A good game so far, man. I mean, great action. The scoring has slowed down just a little bit after those flurry of goals at the beginning of this game, but still Auburn maintaining control and looking to make it a sweep over a three-game sweep for the Tigers today, with the JV boys winning, the women's winning, and then possibly the men's winning today. So another corner kick here for the Tigers. And it will be Cohen Park to take the corner kick.
Auburn seems very ready to just get into the goalie box and to get that point. But can they pull it off?
Yeah. I feel like if they get one more goal here, it'd be very tough for the Panthers to get back into this game.
I think it's a very hard game to say, to close the book on, but I mean, we're going on. We have not seen any real Panther action since the first 2 minutes of the game.
Park inside, kicking it. And now the Tigers
Oh!
shoots it. It's just over the top of the crossbar. Wow. What a shot there by the Tigers, but just misses.
You see, me personally, it touched the goalie's fingers, but that's not quite what the refs saw, so that will be another goal kick. Unfortunately, corner kick in my eyes, but in all of our hearts, of course.
Good
But I
spot.
guess it will end up being a goal kick.
The refs must have not seen it, but it will be a goal kick. But that's another very close shot by the Tigers, and you feel like if they keep getting those shots off, some of them are bound to go in. And there, once again, another errant pass. Just a little bit of miscommunication by these Panthers as we creep up on 1 minute here left in the first half.
Simply put, the Tiger train does not stop.
It doesn't.
It's just been relentless, always on this whole game. They saw that Panthers get that goal in the first 2 minutes. They took it so personally. It took it as an insult, and they've gotten back for it 4 times over.
Yeah, that is the tough part about being an opposing team, is that if you punch the home team in the mouth, they either get shocked into submission or they get shocked to their core to where they take it personally and want to defend their home field. And so now Cohen Park to take the corner kick for the Tigers. And passes it in, and Marlowe, and he ricochets it over to, I can't tell exactly who that is, but another goal for the Tigers.
Ladies and gentlemen,
With
they
21 seconds to go.
quintupled it and gave it to the next person.
I guess we're just going to keep this going. Quintuple and give
I
it
will
to
keep
the next
it going
person.
until I see another Panther goal on this field and in this stadium.
Now Auburn with a 5-1 lead with 21 seconds to go too. If you're the Panthers, you got to be just kicking yourselves right now because you had 21 seconds till the half, till a breather. Only down by 3. I know I say only, but usually in a soccer game I say 3 point within 3 goals. You're still in the game against any team. But now they're down by 4 goals against an Auburn team that has played defense so well that they haven't allowed a goal in like 40 minutes, going on 40 minutes now. I mean, this is just going to be a tough deficit to come back from if you're Smith Station. And Auburn trying to add on to it with 1 second to go. And that's going to do it for the first half. Auburn dominating the first half after what seemed like would be a good first half for the Panthers after scoring 1 goal with under 2 minutes to go in the game. Or, excuse me, after 2 minutes to go in the game. The Auburn answers back with 5 goals of their own to lead it 5-1 at halftime over the Panthers. Cal, what did you see from Auburn? What advantages did you see them having over the Panthers that made this lead suddenly blossom to 5-1?
You know, I'm sure they were all caught a little off guard in the first few minutes of the game. I think everyone was, because everyone was expecting a hard-fought game, but not something so immediate and so powerful. And I think Auburn, like I said, took that very personally. And the way they just sprung back was insane. I rarely, if at all, saw it on the Auburn side of the field. It was just constant pressure all the time. It's beautiful to see, and I really hope they'll keep that energy when they go into the field house and talk this through and be able to push that in to the second half.
And then for the Panthers, obviously you had that shocking goal to start off the game, but now you see 5 straight goals by the Auburn Tigers, and you haven't been able to even get a shot off ever since that goal that you scored. I mean, what do you do if you're the Panthers to try and get back into this game?
You're going against Auburn here, really. What can you do is more the question. I believe they're going to get one heck of a talking to in that field house, but we'll see if they can pull something together. But, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the halftime. We'll be right back when this game continues.
Hello and welcome to the second half between Auburn Tigers and Smith Station Panthers. Auburn with the lead 5-1 over the Smith Station Panthers so far. And Cal, what do these teams have to do this second half to come out of this game victorious?
Well, as I said at the tail end of the first half, the Panthers really need to step it up. I do not think this game is yet out of reach for them, but starting right here and right now, they need to really start kicking it up.
Yeah, and then for the Tigers, I mean, on the other side, I mean, what an answer by them after getting absolutely shocked by the Panthers scoring under like 2 minutes passing in the game, and they scored a goal. Auburn with now 5 straight goals and also haven't allowed a shot by the Panthers on their goal for the last like 40 minutes ever since they scored that goal. So, and that's a handball by the Panthers.
The only way the Panthers can come back to this is if their offense gets a lot better and Auburn's defense gets a lot worse.
And they can't keep doing that. I mean, that sloppy play where he just hit his hand, they need to brush up on that if they want to win this game.
I sense a bad omen for the Panthers.
And now Park will pass it over to Fain. He's had a great game so far. A goal, and he's just played overall aggressive. Now Auburn taking it and hits off the head of a Panthers player. And it's going to go out for a corner for the Tigers.
Another corner kick for the Tigers. Crazy.
Another. So now Cohen Park going to take the ball corner for the Tigers. And I can hear a car vrooming. What kind of car do you have, Cal?
I drive an Accord, a Honda Accord.
Ah, nice.
It's very nice.
Yeah. I drive a Volkswagen 2009 Volkswagen Jetta GLI. Doesn't run super smooth, but it runs.
As long as it beats walking.
It does. It does beat walking. I can guarantee that.
That is another corner kick for the Tigers.
Yeah. Not a good sign for the Panthers. I mean, Auburn just living on their side of the field.
I think at this point, I might be wrong, might be missing that. No, I'm right. Auburn has kicked from all 4 corners of this field so far this game.
Wow. Playing a game of 4 corners. Nice.
Like Foursquare back in the day.
Yeah. I actually was pretty good at that game, I'm not going to lie.
They actually called me the Foursquare champion,
They
actually.
did? We need to go against. Have you ever played 2 square? Where you just have 2 squares.
That is it reminds me of like racquetball, pickleball, something like that.
Yeah, it's fun.
It is fun.
But
You know those like championships you have on the last day of elementary school? I had one of those. I won them.
ooh, you won all of them?
Yeah. I'm not gonna name any names, but there's like people on our football team right now, pretty big stars on our football team right now.
Wow.
That I actually beat in a game of gotcha in elementary school.
Ooh.
I don't know if they remember that. I remember that because they were the best at that, and I beat them.
Wow.
They'd take a shot, I'd swish the next one, they'd be out. Humble brag.
Humble brag by Cal Floyd. I know y'all can't see us in the press box right now, but Cal just danced like SpongeBob. So, wish I could.
Like that narrows it down. SpongeBob's known for his dances.
I just feel like if SpongeBob was to do a dance after saying what you just said, it would have been that. So you and SpongeBob have like a connection in that area. So now the Panthers gonna take a free kick here, try and get something going here.
Can they get any momentum from this?
We'll see.
Ooh, fake. But did not do them much good.
Faked him out, but
I think he also faked his own team.
yeah, I know. Auburn right back with the ball.
Right back possession, straight back, downfield.
And it's going to be tipped away by the Panthers. How long can they keep this ball, though? Ethan Park subbing in for the Tigers. And now the Panthers with it. Jostling for the ball is McDade, and they call a foul on McDade.
I mean, every single call in this game is just Auburn's. It's just possession is overwhelming.
And while the Auburn women's team has the relentless robe, the Auburn men's team has the L Champ belt that they give to the player with the most outstanding performance in the game. And last week it was actually Jeremiah McDade, the right forward for the Tigers, who you see actually on the far side of the field right now. And will he win it again tonight? He doesn't have a goal yet. My vote so far is for Cooper Fain. I mean, he has just been all over the field tonight, playing midfield. Has scored a goal, ran the entire length of the field after scoring that goal, and his motor just was not affected by that.
Ew, that was just a warm up for him. You met Cooper Fain?
that was literally like a freaking warm up exercise before a long workout. Like,
We got a free kick on the goal from Auburn.
Cohen Park, I feel like he's shooting this one. And he's
Way
looking
off.
actually for a pass, and yeah, that one just didn't. That one did not work like he planned it to. But it's okay. They're still up by 4, and the Panthers now going to take the goal kick.
One thing you gotta love soccer over something like baseball or football is that the clock really never stops.
It doesn't. Endless play. Endless, continuous play. And we'll see if there's more goals scored in this game than our first game. Our first game had 7 goals scored, all by the Tigers. This game so far has 6 goals scored, 5 by the Tigers and 1 by the Smith Station Panthers. McDade getting physical, and now Park with it. And he passed it out.
The Panther defenders are running with purpose, just trying to do anything, something to just stop these offense players from Auburn from doing
playing with
something.
purpose. Panthers just stole it away there. Can they turn it into something nice? Doesn't look like so far. Park now shooting a long shot, and he just misses to the left. I feel like one of those is going to go in.
Any time now, really.
At any time. He can shoot from any part of the field at any time and make it as well. Why he's so dangerous.
That is called a high precision, low accuracy. Or high accuracy, low precision. I believe it's the latter.
Mm. Here's Roberts now with it. Passes it over to Fain.
Cooper the Goat Fain.
Is that his nickname?
It is now.
McDade with it. McDade just going through Panthers defenders, and they're actually going to call that a foul, and I think they're going to call it. Oh, they are going to call it on the Panthers. So McDade's physical performance there rewarded with a free kick for the Tigers. And Auburn, in their usual fashion, takes it very quickly. Fain now with it, one-on-one. Passes it through to Park. Park passes it down the line, but it's stolen away by the Panthers. So now the Panthers throwing it in. And now the Panthers trying to get something, anything, but Park just steals it away there. Passes it over to McDade. McDade goes up to Marlowe. Marlowe trying to go down the line to McDade, and that's just poked away by the Smith Station defender. And then tapped out of bounds by McDade. So throw in for Smith Station here. And, yeah, this Panthers team just looks completely stunned after Auburn able to come back. In shambles, yes. So now Bolding with it. Stolen away by the Panthers, and Panthers have a 1v5 here. Try to get some teammates on his side, and just that relentless defense by the Auburn. Panthers lower the shoulder, and you saw that the Panthers player lowering the shoulder into Fain. Fain taking it like a champ, but no foul called.
Think about Fain. He's a trooper.
He is a trooper.
He is an Avenger.
They call him Cooper the Trooper. That's his nickname. Cooper the Trooper and Cooper the Goat.
They call him Fain the Tank.
Fain the Tank. Doesn't rhyme as well as mine, but still good.
Cooper the Trooper. That is better.
Yeah. Roberts with some physical play, and this is getting really chippy. The refs are going to step in here and call a foul on Panthers.
Tensions are high.
They are. And these are still 2 rivalry teams, as I said before. Opelika Central, obviously, are probably take the top 2 spots on the list of rivals for the Tigers. But Smith Station, a strong 3rd spot. And, yeah, they're showing it here. I mean, down by 4, but they're still not giving up. Now pass inside, and that's going to go out of bounds.
Is that a corner? That is a corner.
And that's going to be off of, that's going to be off of the Panthers. Good spot. And so now it's a corner, another one for the Tigers.
Right off the head of a Panther.
Right off the head of a Panther. Sounds like a good album name.
Head of a Panther?
Yeah, head of a Panther, right off the head of a Panther.
Panther Head sounds like a band name.
Panther Head? Yeah.
Panther Head.
That sounds like a good band name. And so now the Panthers going to throw it in here. But Auburn's just relentlessly continuing to fight hard.
Auburn showing you why there's not a show called Panther King.
That was a good one. That was a good one. So now Smith Station with it. And that's tipped out of bounds. Looked like it was off a Park. But they're going to give it. Yes, they are going to give it to the Panthers. Park pleading his case, but I feel like that was off of him. And now the Panthers are going to bring in a substitute, as well as the Tigers. And that's going to be Morse coming in for the Tigers. Forrest Morris, number 22 for the Tigers, subbing in. And coming off of the field for the Tigers is number 15, Andy Roberts. And so now the Panthers coming with it. And Payne able to steal it away, pass it up to Bolding. And now Park with it. Park passes it over to Hyatt. And now Ethan Park with it. Passes to Marlowe. Inside to Park. Park passes it back to Ethan Park. Now Cohen Park shoots it. And a good save by the Smith Station goalie there. Park struck it well, but he just struck it right into the hands of the goalkeeper. Now Morse jostling for the ball. And that's going to be off of Morse. And so it's going to be Smith Station ball. So now the Panthers passing it around. Tipped away by Bolding.
Finally seeing a lot more action on Auburn's side of the field.
And now the Panthers, and that's tipped away by the Tigers. Good defense there by Auburn. But Smith Station not giving up here. Trying to make things interesting if they can score here. Pass it in, a great tip away by Fane. He just glided through the air there like a ballerina.
On wings, bro. Crazy.
On wings. I had a wing stop the other day.
Such a majestic game, really.
It is.
These games, they're reminding me why I fell in love with soccer in the first place.
Yes. Maybe we should go back.
Maybe we should go back. Start a new team.
Start a new team, yeah.
How do we make a league below JV?
I mean, they still have rec league. Like I said, you make your own team.
Okay,
right?
but we're going to be in the 17-19 division.
Yes.
With old people.
Yeah.
That's actually the reason I stopped doing soccer, because, like, the next year.
So now Park passes it inside to Park.
I think it's actually the 16-19 division.
And so now Fane with it, passes it up to Cohen Park. Park with a lot of space to work. Park here, pass it over to Hyatt. Now
Panther.
McDade loses his defender, trying to go down line. A good stop by Smith Station.
Every time a Panther player just looks behind him, there's always an Auburn player just right there waiting.
Exactly. Like last game, I feel like Auburn just has a little bit more pep in their step than the opposing Panthers.
Very much. Like we said before, blink and you'll miss a game.
Exactly. And now Marlowe with it. Marlowe passes it out to Hyatt. Hyatt down line to McDade. McDade do a great move to go down line.
Cross the center.
Cross it inside to Park. Park just mishandles
Past
it.
two.
Morse with it. Morse with the left foot. And well struck, but right into the gloves of the goalkeeper. And so now Smith Station to boot it away. Fane able to win the header. Fane,
go, Fane.
boots it away.
Show it back to the
Fane is
defender's
just
box.
a ball of energy out there right now.
Fane has not slowed down this whole game.
His motor is just nonstop. So now more passing back to Kim.
Back to Fane.
And now Fane with loads of room.
What is
He
he
can
going to
set
do?
up a house with all his acres. And now Hyatt passes it back over to Fane. And now Park with it. Park passes it inside to Park. And they're calling it a goal kick for the Panthers. So substitution for Smith Station as we're creeping up on 24 minutes left here in the first half. So now Morse giving chase to the ball. He's able to pass it out. And that's going to be Panthers ball, throwing it in, wasting no time. Down line for the Panthers. That's a good kick away. Now Marlowe heads it back to Bolding. Bolding going off of the Smith Station player. Bolding asking for a handball. Not going to get it. And a great move by the Panthers. And passes it in.
Ninja kick.
And a ninja kick. There you go. By Roberts there. Park trying to fight for the ball.
Oh.
Now the Panthers,
And
and it's good.
field goal. Maybe don't say it so convincingly. Ladies and gentlemen, that went through far above the goal into the field goal that we have sitting there. Not a goal.
If this was football, that would be 3 points for the Panthers, and they'd be right back in this thing. But it is not.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately for Smith Station. So now Auburn going to kick it away.
What are they going to do with it? That's the question.
We will see.
And they put the Fane like they oughta.
No.
And we're right back downfield.
And now Marlowe with it. Marlowe with a great
clean run.
touch.
Clean
has
run.
Owen Bolding. Bolding, good move inside.
Back.
Passes it cross field.
Across the whole field, but
over
to who?
McDade. McDade heads it, and it goes right to a Panthers player. But
Back
Cooper,
to Fane.
right back there. Fane's just everywhere on the field tonight. It is wild. And now McDade stealing it away. And it's still in bounds. And McDade cross inside, and it goes right to the goalkeeper's gloves. And so now Panthers booting it away. Now Park with it. Some great team play, team passing by the Auburn Tigers right here. The Panthers able to control it, though. I say control it, but Auburn still relentlessly pursuing the ball. And now some miscommunication by
denying
the
the
Panthers
goalie
defense.
possession.
And now Marlowe hustling for the ball, but it's going to be out on Marlowe. And now the Panthers trying to go quick here, but they just don't know what's going on. Auburn remaining on the offensive. Now Roberts with it. Roberts with a great fake-out move. And just a little bit of miscommunication between him and McDade. And a slide tackle, and that's going to be a foul. I wonder if that'll be a card. I don't think it will. Shouldn't be. But
who gets the kick? That's the question.
oh, it's definitely going to be Panthers free kick.
No card.
And it looks like they're going to leave the card in their pocket.
Yellow. I see a yellow card.
Oh, yellow card. I felt like they would. Roberts went for the ball, but just caught the legs of the Smith Station
Tiger
Panthers
fans are not
defender.
happy.
Yeah, the fans not pleased, obviously, with that call. As there's actually a defender down for the Panthers. We're going to take a break here, and we'll be back in a moment. We are back, and subs for the Tigers, number 9 Tucker Roberts and number 10 Manny Cinnamorang. And great pressure by Cinnamorang here, but they're going to call a foul on Manny disagrees with that call. But we're back to action as we're creeping up on the halfway point in this second half, Auburn's still maintaining that lead. The scoring has slowed down a bit, as there have been no goals scored since about halfway through the first half, but that could change. Actually, correct me on that. Auburn did score right before the buzzer at the end of the first half, but since then, no goals scored.
Well, like I said before, if Panthers want to win this, they need to A, get up their defense, and B, get up their offense. And Auburn also needs to lower their defense. And I don't think all those things have happened. I think either one or the other has happened. I think Panther offense is doing pretty well, but that doesn't stop the Auburn defense.
Yes.
So really, you'll see stagnation. And stagnation, that only helps the Tigers in this situation.
Now Park with it. Park passes it over to Roberts. Now Andy Roberts with it. And stolen away by the Panthers. Now Panthers with a great move on Roberts. And now Morris steals it away. And Morris with a great move upfield. And Morris passes it through. And Marlowe giving chase to the ball. And that's just going to be booted away by Smith Station. Now Cinnamorang coming like a missile towards the ball.
Manny the Missile.
Manny the Missile. That's a nickname. Coming up with nicknames on the fly for these players.
That's what I do.
Oh, Manny got nutmegged right there is what you call that. And so
Manny got megged.
Manny got megged.
Man, he loves his alliteration. He's Manny the man.
And now passes it over
Back
to
to Fane.
Back to Fane. Seems like every other sentence, man.
My favorite thing to say so far.
And now Cinnamorang giving chase to the ball. Marlowe steals it away. Some shoulder checking between the players. Marlowe not happy. They're going to call a foul on the Panthers, but
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you watched the Oscars, but right now it's feeling like the Auburn team is everything, everywhere, all at once. What do you think, Max?
I think that was a great another pop culture reference. What is that? Eight to cow. Like two to me.
Exactly.
It's okay. I'll catch up. We got 17 minutes.
Oh,
Almost
almost a header goal.
Almost a header goal.
From the head of a Panther to the head of a Tiger. Almost a goal.
And so now, Smith
Ending in a
Station
gold
bringing
kick.
in another substitution. With exactly 17 minutes left to go in this bowl game. And so now Smith Station gonna kick it away here. And it's looking like the time is not on the side of the Panthers right now. And as the ref is actually giving a talking to Marlowe, does not want to get tempers flying too much. So now Cooper with it. Cooper passing it back to Cinemarang.
Back to Fane. Back to the defenders. I'm expecting a big kick. Nope.
Yeah. And
Bobbing and
Auburn
weaving.
actually, their formation is interesting. Auburn running a 2-3-2-3 right now. Two main defenders, 3 midfielders, 2 forwards, and 3 strikers. So
You just got that from eyeballing it?
I got that from eyeballing it and also playing loads of FIFA.
That's the spirit.
Yes. And so now Fane with it. Fane trying to take it himself. Passes over to McDade and just a little bit too much to the side. So now the Panthers with it. The Panthers pass it up. It's tipped off the back of an Auburn Tiger. And Roberts able
How are they
tip it
keeping
off
that
of the
ball in?
Panthers. And Roberts trying to go down line and it's just going to go out of bounds on him. It's going to be Panthers throwing. Good idea by Roberts, though. So now the Panthers passing it over. And Fane able to win the ball there. Morris passes it over to Roberts, who gives it off to Fane. Some great passing here by the Tigers. Fane gets it over to Park. Park over to Roberts. Roberts has space to run. Roberts passing it down line to McDade. McDade catching up to the ball, trying to slow down. McDade going inside. McDade looking for a cross. He passes it back to Ethan Park. Ethan Park looking for a cross. Great move outside. Park looking for an open teammate to pass it to. McDade with it, and they are going to call
We got a Panther on the ground. Up, he's up.
right up, but
Is he all right?
yeah, the coach is going to take out that player that just fell down for the Panthers.
And what are we looking at for who gets the ball?
It looks like it's actually going to be a drop kick.
A drop. You don't see that a lot.
Well, it's because Auburn had the ball, but they call it stopping play for player safety. And so, yeah, so they'll drop it and let McDade kick it away. So now Park with it, or excuse me, Morse, and that's booted away by the Panthers, but it will remain Auburn ball on a throw-in. So Auburn looking to add to that lead, which seems a bit comfortable now with only 14 minutes to go in this game. So now Morse gonna throw it in for the Tigers here. And coming in for the Tigers is Tyler Diebold, in for Andy Roberts, or excuse me, Jeremiah McDade. And that kick saved by Smith Station. So the Panthers will boot it away. And now Cinemarang with it. Pass it back to Park. Now Park with it. Park shoots
Manny the
it.
missile,
Park
let's
makes
go!
it. What a shot by Ethan Park to score the 6th goal of the game for the Tigers. Wow. He shot that on a line, and that'll give the Tigers a 6-1 lead over the Panthers. And now the Tigers, I feel like this game is all but settled, this result. Auburn up now by 5 goals, having scored 6 straight goals since Smith Station started the game off with that miraculous goal at the very, looked like at the very after the kickoff.
How the
Once again,
turntables.
the Panthers still haven't gotten a shot on goal yet since that goal. I mean, wow, just wow.
Wowie.
If you're Tigers coach, if you're Coach Ferguson, you got to be happy with the way your guys have responded tonight and been able to come back and defend this home field. Now Fain with it. Fain saves it, passes it back down to the line to Morris, and Auburn will retreat.
Oh, back to Fain. Oh,
Back
way
to Fain.
back, way back.
Now Auburn with some room. You're going to switch field. And that's
Off the back
It
of
is
a Panther's
Andy
foot,
Roberts
seemingly
with it.
accidentally.
Andy Roberts going to throw it in for the Tigers here. Heck of a throw by Roberts, but unable to corral it are the Tigers. But it's going to go back to Roberts.
He's got the whole field to himself. What is he going to do with it?
We shall see. He passes it over to Morris.
Back to Fain.
Morris over to Fain.
Threads the needle, but goes right where it needs to be.
Cinnamorang fighting for the ball. Cinnamorang
Cincinnati
good
wins
steal.
the ball. Back to Fain.
Back to Fain.
Back to Fain. Finding that opening, getting it through, back to the defenders.
Now Kim with it.
Certainly
Now
staying on the
Roberts.
Auburn side for a while.
Yes. Well, currently it is on the Auburn side. But Auburn does have the ball. Now Roberts able to win the ball there, but it goes straight to a Panthers defender. So now Association just going to hope for something,
Middle.
booting up the field. Now Roberts with it. And Roberts just loses it on down the line.
Now far on the Panther side. Can Auburn get back control of it?
And now the Panthers just looking for a gap, a hole, anything. And Fain
Oh, Fain
still
stumbling.
working. Fain almost able to win back the ball, but just trips up.
Throw in the
Diebold.
four Panthers.
Diebold attempting to do something interesting, but the Panthers now with it going down the line, passing it inside, and a bit of a threat, but still once again not a shot on goal by the Panthers.
Still not a shot on goal.
So now Roberts with it, Tucker Roberts. He'll pass it back to Andy Roberts. Now Roberts with it. Roberts passes it up to Fain. And that'll be taken back by the Panthers, but it'll be almost saved by a Panthers player. And that Panthers player is down, attempting to save the ball, ran into the wall, and we'll be back in a moment.
Take a quick break.
And we're right back. That Smith Station player able to get up and head back to the bench. Very exciting sight to see. And now The Panthers.
Oh,
now
we
on
got
the
a
offensive,
opportunity.
but a great block by the Tigers. Wow, this Auburn defense has
Back to
really turned it
Fane.
up.
So close to a second shot on goal.
Now the Panthers just reeling right now for something. And now Park with it. Park passing it through to Diebold, and Diebold just not able to make it to the ball.
Under
So it will
10
be-
minutes remaining in this game.
Yes, under 10 minutes remaining, about 9.5 to go.
Panthers need nothing short of a miracle to pull something through for this one.
Yes, a miracle and more. So now the Panthers.
We had yet another Panther player downed temporarily, but he is back up. I believe he is being substituted, however.
Yes, this is been a tough game so far for the Smith Station Panthers.
It's very quickly turning into a war of attrition.
Yes. So now Smith Station to take the goal kick. And goes right to Marlowe. He's able to steal
right
it away.
back.
He passes it up to center Meringue.
Straight up in the defender box.
Fane fighting for the ball, and that's going to be out of bounds, and it's going to be an Auburn throw-in. So Morris throws it into Marlowe. Back to Fane. And it just goes over the head by Park there. The Panthers wanting a foul there.
They
Not gonna
they
get
really
it.
wanted that foul.
So now Park with it. Now Roberts with it. So now Roberts with it. Passing it over to Andy Roberts. A lot of similar names on this on this team.
That just shows you
Ethan
the level of
Park
their
and-
brotherhood.
Yes. Ethan Park and Cohen Park.
Little
and-
kerfuffle
Yeah, a little bit of aggressive.
going against
play
Auburn on
behind
that
it
one.
there.
Free kick for the Panthers.
And so now the Panthers get a free kick.
And it goes right into the pocket. But they
And-
cannot maximize off of it.
Yeah, the Panthers just unable to do anything with it, but great move by the Panthers here. But stolen away by the Tigers. And they call a foul on the Tigers here.
Very, very controversial foul.
And the Tigers fans do not agree with that foul.
It's called resistance, defense. He jumped into him.
And so the Panthers are going to shoot it here. Not a penalty kick, but may very well be, as it is right outside the goalie box. And Auburn going to make a wall. And Panthers going to hope for the best. Like you said, it will take a miracle for them to come back from this 5-point deficit, but a goal right here would be a way to that miracle.
And
shoots
straight
it
out.
and just misses it over the top of the right. So once again, not able to capitalize on the opportunity as we crawl to just under 7 minutes to go in this game. Auburn still leading 6-1 over the Panthers.
Another goal kick from Auburn, stopped by the referees.
And the refs are going to allow a substitution here
Yep.
for the Panthers.
Panthers were given their opportunity, and they did not make the most of it.
Yes. Once again, not a shot on goal, over the goal. So the Auburn goalkeeper, besides that one goal, hasn't had to work basically at all this game. And just a bad pass there by Auburn. Morse working for the ball. Morse getting a little physical with it.
Will we see the shot on goal?
Will we?
Panthers
Doesn't
in the
look
defender
like it.
box,
And Morse going to kick it
and
away.
it is out of there.
Erasing any hope of a shot on goal by the Panthers. Yeah, Marlowe.
Okay, and
with
we
it.
got that big kick right back to center field.
So now Park with it. Park with a lot of green grass in front
Back
of
in
him.
Tiger possession, where it ought to
Park
be.
passing it through, and Marlowe just unable to get to that ball. So now Smith Station with it.
Straight to Auburn.
Back to Fane. Back to the defenders. Setting up some swifty movement. That striker not giving up.
And the Tigers, like their women's team, look like they're about to get the dub, which would be 3 games and 3 wins for this Auburn High soccer organization today, with the women's team winning our first game against Smith Station 7-0, or 7-0, excuse me. And then the JV boys team winning on the road against LaGrange 1-0. And then Auburn currently winning 6-1 as we creep up on 5 minutes left to go in this game, as they're up 6-1 over the Panthers.
Max, I think it's officially, despite what the Encanto song will tell you, I think it is too late for a miracle. I doubt you got that reference.
I actually did.
Oh, you did?
I have a sister, so
Oh, makes sense.
yes.
I have good taste.
Mm.
The add-on Panthers throw in for Auburn at center field.
Yeah, and while in that same movie Encanto, they won't talk about Bruno, the Panthers definitely will not talk about this game.
This day, not
Huh?
going to really mention it.
Yes, yeah, the Panthers. This is a day, not quite like the day that will live in infamy, but
Not quite,
definitely-
no.
Definitely a day where they'll look back on and be like, man, we didn't put out our best work and we need to improve. So now Fane with it. Fane passes it over to Diebold, who tries to go across the field and just in front of Cinnamorang. So now the Panthers throw in. And Morris goes
Bice-
over the head. And Fane fights for the ball. Cinnamorang able to save it. Now Andy Roberts passing it up the field to Park. Ethan Park.
Clever footwork by Auburn in midfield.
Yeah, and it seems the way Smith Station is moving, seems like they've kind of like you said, relented to
You learn
this Auburn
the
team.
word.
There you go. Yeah, my vocab is.
You just
standing as
see
we
so
speak.
much energy and then you're just gone.
Exactly.
And I think that is a foul on the Panthers, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, you would be correct. You would be correct.
I feel like we're slowly devolving into golf commentators, but it is fun.
Yes.
As the
As-
night drags on.
As the night drives on, as the night comes to a close, be sure. I mean, our AHS Mass Media, we are not broadcasting any of these upcoming games, but be sure to check out baseball tomorrow, as there's a good save by the Panthers there, almost a 7th goal for Auburn. As I know there's not betting on high school sports, but if there was an over-under, whether over-under, this game would be over-under the goal total of the first game. Well, they're currently tied right now, as this game has 7 goals and that first game has 7 goals. Will they beat the over?
I expect nothing less of a game like this from such a stadium like this.
Yes. And now the Panthers, and now Cinnamorang with it,
Cinnamorang getting fancy with it.
getting fancy with it.
Back and
Cinnamorang
forth
with
to
it.
center.
Cinnamorang
Straight
looking
free
to
shot.
shoot,
Ah.
and it's just going to be tipped away by the Panthers, but it will result in a goal kick for the Tigers.
For the Panthers?
For the Tigers. Corner kick. Thank you.
Corner kick, yes.
Good call. Keeping me on my toes. Oh, it will be goal kick. I thought that was
Goal
tipped away
kick
by
for
the Panthers.
The Panthers.
I thought it was tipped
You see,
away
I
by
thought-
the Panthers.
Me personally,
There you
that
go.
was kicked right by the
Yeah.
Panthers.
Yeah. My vision, if my vision doesn't deceive me, that was kicked by the Panthers. But my vision sometimes does deceive me. So now Marlowe fighting for it, wins it. Marlowe gives it off to Roberts.
As Alex Russo once said, things are not always quite what they seem, Max. Just like a game such as this. You know, I think the refs are obviously infinitely more qualified than we are in calling this stuff.
Probably taking a couple courses, but
Probably literally a couple, but it's fine.
literally a couple courses.
Like a couplet. Oh, straight up over. Oh, crossbar.
They hit the
Crossbar.
crossbar. Look at that.
Let's
With
go.
1 minute to go, we get a crossbar hit. I didn't really hear the doink noise, but it still did hit the crossbar. So now Park with it. Park making a fancy.
Less than a
Park
minute
shoots
remaining.
it. Oh, and Park just missed it to the left. Park
Wait.
almost with another outstanding goal. And as we creep just under 45 seconds to go here, Auburn is looking like they're going to get the dub over Smith Station Panthers 6-1. A gritty win to say the least. And yeah, Auburn, it hasn't been the season they would have hoped for so far, but this win definitely gonna imbue some confidence in the Tigers for sure. And then for the Panthers moving forward, I mean, it didn't end up being the result that you would have hoped
10
for.
seconds.
But you got to move forward, and they'll be playing, and that's
And we just saw the Auburn Tigers do some fancy footwork just to mess with them as the
Just
time
to
runs
mess
out.
with the
And as
Panthers.
this game comes to a close, Tiger victory 6-1. You love to see it, ladies and gentlemen.
You do. And so Auburn getting the victory, like Cal said, 6-1 over the Smith Station Panthers. And that ends what's been a great day for Auburn soccer as a whole. Auburn women's soccer getting the win 7-0 over the Smith Station Panthers. The JV boys team getting a win on the road against LaGrange 1-0. And then Auburn varsity men's team getting the win here at home 6-1 over Smith Station Panthers. But for myself as well as Cal Floyd here, that's going to do it for this AHS Mass Media presentation of the Smith Station Auburn soccer night. We hope you enjoyed this presentation. And Cal, you got any final words?
I will see y'all around, hopefully. Who knows when you'll see me next, but trust me, I'll be around. And coming from an amazing day and going into an amazing night here at Duck Sanford Stadium,
Yeah.
my co-host, Max,
Yes.
we both wish you an amazing night, amazing Friday tomorrow, amazing weekend, amazing life. See y'all around. Max?
See him.
See 'em.
See him.